We welcome each and every one of you here today. Thanks for taking out from your schedule and having your interest into your county government. It's encouraging when we see people out here that has an interest in their county government. Ask Supervisor Tatum if he's going to open us in prayer, and Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell if he'll do the pledge to the flag.
Let's pray. Our most kind and gracious Heavenly Father, we come to you today just thanking you and praising you for all you do for us, Father. We thank you for this opportunity that we have to serve you and serve the citizens of Franklin County. Lord, as we go into this meeting today, I pray that everything that's said and done will be pleasing in your sight and according to your will. And Father, in every decision that's made here today, I pray that it will be based on wisdom that comes from you. All these prayers we ask in your name. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I wanted to make sure my phone was off. Any approval? I ask for the approval of the agenda as presented. The only thing that I would like to see changed, and I'll bring that up, is where we have our budget work session in room B75. I think we need just to stay right here. Suits everybody. Everybody get okay on that. So I need a motion to the approval of the agenda with that one change, please, in a second.
Make a motion, we approve the agenda with that one change.
Second.
All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. On the consent agenda, anybody got any questions? I think most of them are contacting staff prior to get the questions answered, but has anyone got any questions about the consent agenda?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I just want to get on record to confirm on item number 2 for Mr. Whitlow, just to make sure that that I comprehend that the insurance renewal will not cost our county employees any more money.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's correct.
Since I missed last week, I just want to make sure I comprehended that correctly.
That's correct, Mr.
Okay.
Mitchell. Yes, sir.
Anything else? All right, I need a motion on this.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, you want a roll call on this, or can we just do a voice? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. All right. Mr. Daniels. How are you today, sir?
Doing well, Mr. Chairman. Good to be with y'all today.
No snow on the roads today.
Thank goodness, and I hope it's over for about 7 years. That would get me to a good spot. Got our normal report today, and then I'll take any questions. Don't have a whole lot to talk about. So I'm on the past 30 days. I mentioned Route 745 Dillon's Mill last month, and that's on your report as being complete today. Moving down to the next 60 days, Route 602 Fairham Mountain, we had that closed for several weeks to replace a drainage structure with a concrete box culvert. That is complete except for the paving. Like we've discussed before, and several of those pipe replacements, we do the pipe work with one contractor, and then as weather permits, we come in and do the final paving with our paving contractor. So that is yet to be done. 1607 Heatherwood was delayed. Your report shows it starting on March 9th, or the plans start to be March 9th. It actually will start March 21 based on today's schedule. 601 Dudley Amos was a pipe replacement. It's complete and it's not paved as well. Ms. Smith, I don't know if you've got any comments on that. We have seen a few requests to smooth up the gravel. It got a little rough, but that should be under control, and we'll pave it shortly. Route 220, you may be seeing some work on some of the bridges on the bypass under them where we've got it, the curtains and what have you. They're just doing some general maintenance, substructure repairs on those bridges. So you'll see lane closures on the bypass periodically. The last bullet is on the back on page 2, our Brooks Mill safety project, which is a shoulder widening and shoulder wedging with rumble strips on Brooks Mill between Burnt Chimney Road and Scruggs. It got underway, and I think they went a couple hundred feet and their milling machine broke down. So that is under repair, and I don't have exactly the date they'll be back, but they'll be back soon to continue that work. And that is it for my report this month, Mr. Chairman.
Any questions for,
No question.
As usual, thank you guys for everything you do. At the intersection of Coles Creek, I apologize for doing this now. I meant to call you guys last week, but as you're on Hopkins Road approaching Coles Creek from Carolina Springs, I guess just the heavy truck traffic, milk trucks, where they're braking, they have put a huge pothole about the size of a car hood right there coming up to the stop sign. Can Callaway crew get out there and take a look at that, please?
Is it on Coles Creek, Mr. Mitchell?
It's on Hopkins.
On Hopkins.
It might be on Coles Creek too, now that you mention it, coming down the hill there.
We'll know where it's at.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Mr. Cundiff?
Dennis.
Yes, sir.
I know we talked about it before, and I know it's too early yet, but make sure you keep 834 on your painting schedule.
Yes, sir.
Because I've had several people talking about they can't see, which I can't see no way, but anyway. But anyway, do that, please, sir. 834.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
you.
Appreciate your job. Mr. Carter?
All right. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you very much. So your finance report through the month of February, what we would expect to see is 8 months out of the fiscal year, 66% or so of the budget. So from a revenue perspective, with the exception of our interest earnings on our bank deposits, which has been the consistent theme, everything is exceeding that 66%, so we're ahead of schedule. That's very good. Expenditures, the same thing. We're actually at or below for the most part. We usually give around a 5% variance for any particular time of the year, so we're looking very good for where we'd expect to be this time of year, revenue and expenditure. So to graphically show you a little bit of that, you can see again with the revenue, we have nominal growth, and so you're seeing that again. The red line is the current year. It's up a little bit, but it's not up substantially. So to break that on your categories, general property taxes, you can see we are up a little bit, mostly personal. That is some real in there. Same thing with local, other local taxes, about $500,000. That's mostly sales. And state revenue's up a little, nothing in particular, probably just some timing on that one. So your real estate, there hasn't been a lot of change since last month. It's still up $540,000 when compared to the same time period last year. That's about a 1.3% growth, and so that we took a little bit less than that when we were proposing the budget. So it was more about 1.1% growth from real estate in our proposed budget that you have we presented last week. One thing I want to say is we're still doing well. We're at 99.92% of budget. This time of year, that's good. If you look a couple of years ago, it was 98.95%. So we're still ahead of where we would want to be as far as percent of budget on our real estate collection. Personal property, you can see, is almost 1.4 million above last year. That's about 11.6% growth. That's also about 108% of the budget. Now, if you can see the trend in a couple of years, we've been really conservative on personal property because we were at 108, 106% of the budget. So we're trending in line with that we would expect to for the last couple of years. Sales tax for February, if you remember, sales tax is 2 months behind. So this is actually December collections. This would be the Christmas season. That's why you see the bump in February for your sales taxes. You can see we had a really good month on the blue line when compared to the prior 2 years. We're still $358,000 above last year, about 8.2%. Anything above 5% is good growth for a sales tax, so we're glad to see that. Meals is continuing. We had a little dip in February, but overall for the year, we're still trending 13.3%. higher, so that's good. It's about 82% of the budget at this point, so still above that 66% that we would want to see. And for our transient occupancy, similar, we actually dipped a little bit. That could have to do with reporting days and business days and collections. There's nothing really that we see alarming on that. Overall, we're still up 59,000 for the year, 33.7% compared to prior year. And we are, even with the increase where we expected with the additional 2%, we're at 112% of budget. So, so trending very well on occupancy. So for expenditures, you can see this month we were a little higher, but last month we were a little lower overall graphically, so it is evening out, nothing of concern there. Business continues to move on. For us categorically, we still see the drop in public safety, and that's still related to CARES Act. That's going to continue that trend through the remainder of this fiscal year. All of the others are up slightly, but for the most part, luckily, we're not seeing any large swings in expenses at this point in our categories. So to health and welfare, a little bit more detail you can see from a social services standpoint. Yes, they are up a little bit. Some of that is expected with the 5% cost of living increase, things of that nature. There are the programs. We would kind of expect that too. There's been some extra money flowing through from a social services standpoint, rent assistance, some different things they might be doing. CSA is actually down a little bit, which is a good sign, but we're seeing a lot more residential cases and things that are becoming very expensive. Your fund balance hasn't really changed. We're still at $7.8 million above the minimum, the 20% minimum based on our debt policy, and that's based on the audited number that was presented back in December. So for an economic update, we did have a difficult inflationary month for February again, so it was 7.9% above 12 months ago, the February a year ago. So you can see now we've had 3 months of over 7% or above in inflation. That's the highest since January of 1982. And for the most part, that does not reflect the inflation from the conflict with Russia and Ukraine. So realistically, March is probably going to be even higher once those final numbers come in, as those impacts are felt for an entire month in the economy. You know, the Fed had planned to increase interest rates periodically throughout the year, but it was 0.25% here, maybe 0.25% there. No more than really 1% over, a calendar year. I don't know how much longer they're going to be able to hold to that strategy because inflation is kind of getting out of control. They're going to, in my opinion, they're going to have to take more aggressive action. So that's something we'll be monitoring because I know we have capital projects on the horizon. As the Federal Reserve raises the interest rate, it costs us more money to borrow. And so we're planning for that as all things, trying to find that sweet spot of what's reasonable and responsible so we can make sure we have the right cost and the right project, but also we want to try and beat any significant borrowing costs if possible. So staff's monitoring that as we go. The current inflation impacts in energy and labor are unsustainable. There's just no way you can consistently have 7-8% inflation. At some point, something has to give. So, we don't know where that is, where that's going to plateau. Listen to which economist, they'll give you a different answer. But hopefully we start to see some slowdown and relief here in the next few months. As far as the state update, so we ended the normal General Assembly session without a budget, which not unexpected necessarily, disappointing though. So we're in the overtime session. That's my term, not what they call it. But right now between the House and the Senate budgets, there's just way too many differences. So what staff looked at is really where's the more conservative approach, mostly, and where reasonably we might be able to hedge if we needed to, should something different get passed that costs localities money or higher cost than we would have anticipated. But right now, with what they're working on, I think it was about a $4 billion difference in the House and Senate budget. So we'll continue to monitor. Hopefully they'll have something before we adopt on April 5th, and we can have a little bit better estimate should we need to make any last minute changes. And so with that, be happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
Brian, thank you for all of your continued wonderful work, you and your staff. Just a question with regard to our revenue streams and the inflationary environment we're finding ourselves in. Are you all, or do you have any idea about projections on impacts of those inflationary factors that's going to compromise our revenue streams by the end of the year? Are you worried about that?
I'm not worried about compromising revenue at this point because of how we assess. I think you're still going to see real estate at this point won't drop off. Well, one, we only reassess every 4 years, so that'll be stable for another couple of years. On personal, we reassess every year. Right now, I think vehicles, and that's the two biggest pieces of our budget, will be okay from a projection standpoint for another year. My concern on a lot of that, though, is the other taxes. So when fuel goes up and other things, and you're going to have less people eating out, less people buying things through sales taxes, less people staying at the lake through a short-term rental or transient occupancy in a hotel or something. While theirs aren't larger taxes in the budget, they all have an impact. And so we have sufficient reserves, I think, is the good thing, and that's part of what we try and share, of course, every month. So, the budget is fluid. If for some reason in the next 12 to 18 months we have a serious downturn, we need to make adjustments, I think we have a very good ability and flexibility to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke with you just a couple weeks ago about inflation and how it could impact apparatus purchases. I know we have Engine 3 in the budget right now that we're going to vote on in April. I think just that manufacturer was expecting a 7.5% increase July 1. Mm-hmm. So I think it's very important as we vote next month, make sure we're talking to Ferrum and their officers and we're ready to go ahead and get that truck ordered. And with that being said, with these manufacturers continuing to increase the cost of the fire trucks, Tanker 5 Callaway is next on the list. I met with Chief Webb this past week to talk about what they want. What they're wanting is actually significantly less than what we have been purchasing. They're wanting a smaller tanker truck. They have a lot of places in Callaway where they need a smaller truck just to get in. They've got some private bridges to cross. I have that paperwork in my vehicle outside that I would like to show you before we end today so we can go ahead, get Chief Webb in here, and let's start talking about that truck. What they spec'd out was only $295,000. So if we can look at getting the ball rolling, twice your tax collection's coming, to where if we can save the county $50,000, $60,000, $70,000, I think it would be very advantageous for our county to go ahead and look at getting another truck squeezed in there before inflation just drives the cost through the roof even more. That truck could easily turn into a $400,000 truck if we're not careful.
We're seeing that, and especially larger pieces of equipment. I know we're looking for a solid waste truck right now. That's probably going to be higher than we anticipated.
Right.
I imagine fire apparatus, things of that nature will be too. I know the lead time on some of these things are anywhere between 18 to 24 months for the build out after you order it. So even if we order it today, it would be 2 years before we receive some of this equipment. So
Right.
factor that in too. Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr.
I've just got a looking forward question, and as we follow history and we see the feds cutting taxes or raising taxes, and there's always been a downturn in trying to reduce the inflation rate. Are we looking forward to next year or year after as to, is there any possible way we can plan ahead for, I think what we're pretty sure that's coming, not this year, maybe not next year, but it's going to be here.
Yes, sir. Yeah, so historically, right now, really what's happening is the economy is inflated by government spending. Personally, I don't think if it was for government money in the economy, we would already be in a recession. But again, I'm not an economist nor an expert, but that's also what's driving some of the inflation. So that's my comment on that. But I do think you're correct. Mr. Mitchell, to answer your question, from a growth standpoint in our budget, we're not projecting or proposing anything over normal growth. We're not looking at these extra inflationary values and property values, whether real or personal, as part of our base budget. So our hope is that even should recessionary factors start to take hold, because the Federal Reserve has to jump interest rates or some other action happens in the economy, that we still get our normal growth, so it minimizes the impact on our budget.
It works.
Me too.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Sir, thank you.
Dr. Cobbs, Bernice Cobbs, Franklin County Public School Superintendent.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Today I have Mr. Darrell Spencer. He's going to talk to you about two of our construction projects. One, of course, tentative, the CTE, but we wanted you to have just an update of where we are right now.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. The first project will be the Benjamin Franklin Middle School HVAC replacement and roof replacement. The RFP for architects, engineers was issued on February 17th. Those are due back to us no later than this Thursday, the 17th. And at that time, we'll review and make a recommendation to the school board on April 11th. After that point, our intent is to move forward to be able to get a cost estimate for that project.
Anybody got any questions in regards to the air conditioner for that project? Thank you, sir.
All right. The second one is the Career and Technical Center. Last night, the school board requested additional information concerning the PPEA process compared to the design bid process, design bid build. Next month at the April 11th meeting, we'll have additional information to present to the board so they can choose and make a decision on how to move forward.
Anybody got any questions?
So the design bid build versus the PPEA process, did I understand people have concerns about the PPEA process?
Hopefully that will come out next month.
Okay.
Yes. As someone, whoever we have there to do the presentation will give the pros and cons to both processes, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Anybody else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Wow, we're moving along pretty good today. I'm glad to see this. Let's take our 10-minute break and then we'll come back. Hopefully Mr. McAvoy will be here by then and we can go for it. But we're going to take a 10-minute break and we'll be right back. Update? Where'd he go? I know he was here. I saw him.
Yes, here.
Mr. McAvoy, if you'll come forward, please. Thank you. Thanks for being here. We're a couple minutes early, and we'll try to keep it there. We've got a lot to do today.
I can fill the time for you.
Yes, sir.
Well, thank you all for having us here today. We just want to introduce two colleagues that are here. Scott Kroll in the back here. He's kind of actually managing our South Lake project for us, among other things. And Will Bullis is our chief engineer. So they're here today, kind of backing me up. So again, thank you for having me here today. Just have a quick PowerPoint, and feel free to just ask me questions, while we're talking. So today we're going to just a little bit of an overview. Last time I think I was here, we talked about some of the master planning exercises that we had underway. We pretty much completed most of that work for Franklin County. We're looking at other areas of our service area up in Roanoke right now. But I have a map to show you, just to remind you of some of the projects we talked about previously. I want to go over some recently completed activities and things we have underway. And then the bulk of my comments today are really about the South Lake water system. We've made some progress there. And then a few next step items to talk about. So I know this map shows up a little better than I thought. This map was generated as part of our master plan exercise. And just to get you focused on it, the areas in blue, the blue lines are where we have water mains, either we do or you can see also the town of Rocky Mount there. And the areas that are kind of purple around those blue mains are service areas off those mains. So kind of let's see here, moving. Can you guys see the cursor move on your screen? Mm-hmm. The 122 area here and down Scruggs Road. Again, this is all supplied by water from our plant we jointly own with the Bedford Regional Water Authority on the other side of the lake, comes across the bridge there. And then on the 220 corridor down through Boone's Mill and all the way down, and we're tied into the town of Rocky Mount now. And again, you can see kind of the extensions, small service areas, and the kind of purple associated with those blue lines. And then we have a number of subdivision water systems around the lake. And specifically today, we'll be talking a little bit about the Union Hall area on the south side of the lake. But you can see we have three other fairly well-developed water systems on the south side of the lake already right now. The darker brown kind of colorings are areas that our consultant and your planning staff indicated might be future kind of growth areas. So those are kind of, and not surprisingly, they follow some major county roads. The kind of darker purple or magenta lines are future water mains we want to run. So coming out of the Scruggs Road area, we eventually want to run down to Route 40, hopefully tie into Union Hall. That's about a 20-year kind of horizon. Someday we'd like to run back to Rocky Mount, interconnect Union Hall with the water systems on the south side of the lake. We also are looking right now, we're finishing up the Grassy Hill water main extension to the uttermost property. That's been a long and difficult project. The bore underneath the river there was a challenge, and just a lot of utilities along Grassy Hill and Brick Church Road to get around. So, but we're almost done with that project, and can talk about an extension that with you in a few minutes off there on Jamestown Road. But we kind of like to loop those around and back around to 220 to get better water circulation. And then at some point, we'd like to come out of Rocky Mount down Route 40 west toward Ferrum. So anyway, we kind of, one I forgot to mention was an interconnection between our 220 line and our 122 line. Those systems right now are standalone systems. Again, the 220 line supplied out of Roanoke from our Spring Hollow plant, and the 122 Scruggs Road system, again, is supplied out of Bedford. At some point, we'd like to run a lot of water line through the Wirtz area, or maybe even down to Rocky Mountain and back around, and interconnect it to, just for better redundancy in the future. So a couple of recent activities. We did complete the assumption of the town of Boone's Mills utility system. Everything is going well there. I think the town residents are happy. And BT Fitzpatrick, the town manager, tells me everything's going well from their perspective. We completed the Winding Way water main relocation project. This was kind of needed to fix some flood issues. VDOT, I think, is going to go to work now on some ditch issues in the town, but we had to get this water main out of the way first, and so that project is done, so it'll allow VDOT to move forward on that project. So we are, again, nearing completion of the Grassy Hill Road water main extension. Again, this was to get fire service down to the uttermost facility, but also we picked up a number of customers along the way. It's coming out of the Summit View improvements, so it goes down Burke Church Road and then going down Grassy Hill Road. And we've been approached by DEQ about running an extension down Jamestown Road off of Grassy Hill. There's a former gas station there that's had a fuel leak. It's contaminated some wells for homeowners in the vicinity of that intersection there at Grassy Hill and Jamestown. And DEQ has indicated to us, we don't have the paperwork yet, but they verbally indicated that they will be willing to fund an extension off of that. So we've actually polled some homeowners. We'd like to take that extension down to about the river. So we have some interest in customers hooking up to that beyond the ones that are impacted by the fuel spill. So we're going to be working on getting that agreement with DEQ finalized. We've kind of done some preliminary work on that design, and hopefully we'll get that out in the fall or maybe even early spring of 2023, depending on how long it takes to conclude the discussions with DEQ. Scott Kroll, that's here today, is completing a design for us that it will extend water further down Scruggs Road. It's going to go past Compass Cove to the Bernard's Landing development there. And we have an agreement with Bernard's Landing to supply them water in the future once that water main extension is complete. So we're excited about that. And then on the sewer side, we've completed phase 3 of the Summit View sewer force main. This will take sewage from the Summit View Business Park down to the town of Rocky Mount sewer system and be able to discharge into the town system. If you recall, we have an agreement with the town to provide 400,000 gallons per day of sewer capacity to the 220 corridor here, which includes Summit View. This first phase of this project, or the phase 3, but the piece we just completed, will allow us to get about 110,000 gallons of that 400,000 gallon per day capacity. And then phase 4, which will again move it a little further down into the town, is under design right now. So excited about that. So it's back to you guys. Now you have to land some businesses in Summit View. So any questions on that before I move on to South Lake?
Sounds good, man. No, sir.
Okay. So we're excited to talk to you about South Lake system. And this is kind of, the outline came out all right. So we're talking about the area here that's outlined in blue. And this is actually from your, kind of a screenshot from your website on zoning. The red is currently zoned business. The kind of magenta color is commerce, another business zoning, and then the light blue over on the edge is light industrial, and the green is residential. So you can see there's already some zoning in here that would support a commercial development around this parcel. We have negotiated with the landowner for this and have executed an agreement to purchase this subject to some due diligence activities, which I'll go over in a minute. It's about a 15-acre parcel. And one reason it's attractive for us is it's got a high spot on it, so where you can put an elevated storage tank. So go over some of those details. Again, it's a 15-acre parcel. Good location for an elevated storage tank. Our board of directors at their last meeting approved the purchase. And some of the things we have to do, we have submitted an application to y'all for a special use permit and take a kind of review of the comprehensive plan, make sure all that information's done. We have some work to do with the health department, so we have a preliminary engineering report that's being finalized to submit to the health department. And that would be both for an elevated storage tank and a treatment plant. The water source for this system initially will be groundwater wells. And Mr. Willard's here today, and he's indicated to us that he's willing to turn those wells over to us to be the water source there, but we still have to conclude that negotiation as well and do some testing on those wells. And they will require a little bit of treatment, so we're expecting to have a small treatment plant, just a small utility building with some pumps and an elevated storage tank. And again, we've submitted an application for those facilities to y'all for review and approval. Mr. Willard's is the adjacent landowner, and to get a hold of those two wells, we're again working to confirm that capacity and quality of those wells. And what we like about this 15 acres is that in addition to the high spot for an elevated storage tank, we think there also might be a potential maybe to sink another well on the property toward the back. The property also needed to be big enough to support a drain field for the backwash water from the filtration system. So, and all those are being met by this parcel. So we were fortunate there and had good negotiations with the landowner. And I think we've mentioned previously that we are allocating money for this project, and we are hoping y'all will contribute as well. And after we build the elevated storage tank and the treatment plant, pay for some of these other incidental development costs, the balance of the money will be used to put in distribution mains, water mains along Route 40 and then down Kemp Ford Road. And that probably will be really a decision about where we see development patterns, maybe some of the existing customers want to hook up. So we haven't just given that some preliminary looks right now. Haven't done a lot of work on that, but we expect to put in a fair amount of water main with this project as well. So this is probably a little hard to see, but the parcel here is around here where I'm moving the cursor. The kind of square hatched area is where we expect to put a drain field, again, for the backwash water from the treatment plant. We have a little outbuilding, and then the elevated storage tank will sit on the high spot on the property. The kind of orange-colored areas are easements. The same property owner actually owns all the property over to the kind of road that's there, and including one of the wells is actually on the same property. He's willing to give us all the easements we need to pipe the raw water over to the treatment plant. And again, there's another well on an adjoining property here that we need to nail down all the specifics on that, but those two wells will provide us a good amount of capacity to start the system. So this is just kind of a rendering of what we think the tank will look like. It does need to be an elevated storage tank. We're right now probably going to go 200,000 gallons, but we haven't made that final decision yet. So it kind of has the same geometric shape as the one we put up at Summerview, just to be a little bit taller. And it's on the high spot of the property right there. So this view is if you're on Route 40 heading westbound almost to Kemp Ford Road right there. So that's approximately what we think it'll kind of look like.
That's an old picture. Look at the gas prices.
So it'll definitely stand out a little bit, but we do need the elevation to provide the pressure for the area. So, all right, so any questions on that?
One question.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
You was talking about a backwash. What do you mean by backwash?
So we'll have some filters, and those filters have to be cleaned, and so that backwash water, it's clean water, but it has to go somewhere. So we'll put a drain field in similar to a septic tank. So, but we do need some area for that, just because of the volume of water that we'll be disposing of. So it's a fairly large drain field area compared to like a home septic tank.
We decided, basically, you said, best I remember, it said it takes $1 million per mile, like we run water down 834.
Right.
Is there many options still going towards that direction, or?
We eventually want to start, funding those extensions. But with this project, we're going to try to, again, do a little bit down Kemp Ford, and then some on 40 going each direction. But we're really, like one of the reasons I was excited to come here today, besides talking to y'all, is I understand you're doing an update on the Union Hall plan. So we'd like to get the latest on that. And so really, I think we want to be flexible and see where the development patterns are. But our goal would actually be to run down Kemp Ford Road and then Dillard's Hill Road
Yes.
and tie into our tank that we have on Dillard's Hill and have that whole system interconnected someday.
Sound like eating an elephant, one bite at a time.
Right, it's exactly. It's just, utilities is a long-term play. It'll take us many years, but we'll get there.
What kind of timeline are we looking at on the,
So right now, we're, again, doing a due diligence on the property, make sure that, we can get all the permitting done with the health department. There are some restrictions on the property that we have to take care of as well. And we're kind of completing the design, but I think we can probably go out to bid in the fall on this project, so.
thank you.
Sure.
Chairman?
Yes, sir.
May I? I just want to say thank you to the Water Authority. It's very exciting to see that infrastructure is finally getting looked at for the Union Hall Town Village. It's something that I think we should have been doing years ago to get Union Hall up and running. And I just want to thank you and everybody with the Water Authority for, once again, investing in our county and wanting to move forward with another town village. I thank you.
I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
So, again, we do, still have some fair amount of engineering to do, but, I think we're getting close and, be excited to get it out to bid. Excited about the tank down there, that it really, this is going to be the master tank for this area. It'll control elevations for everything that happens in the future down there. We do need, as part of this project, we need to finalize an agreement with y'all on some financing. So Chris and I have talked about that. We're working on that. One other item I did want to bring up with you before finish is that we're starting to see some development requests in the Westlake area that I think will require some additional sewer capacity. And specifically, we actually have budgeted for one new lift station to support the Westlake wastewater plant that serves that commercial area around Westlake. I think actually we're probably going to need two over the next few years, one for the Lake Watch plant. And so we're kind of started working at those. I think there's a couple of developers that we might be able to work with going to the Westlake plant. So we've kind of started some outreach there. Probably some additional gravity main as well that maybe we'll work with the developers on. But we have some activities planned there, and maybe it's something for a future meeting we'd like to talk to you all about. In addition, I think there's some interest with regard to another wastewater plant. The owner of that plant, I've been in contact with him, and I think we can kind of work cooperatively a little bit there too for some capacity that will allow some development again in the Westlake corridor out there. So, kind of excited about that because we haven't seen a lot of sewer activity recently. So maybe this is a good sign. So. Any other questions?
Any more questions on anything?
I don't have questions, I have a comment.
Any more questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Sure.
All right.
Well, my comment was going to be directed this
Okay.
gentleman here. I echo what Mr. Mitchell said. Thank you all so much for keeping this going, keeping it alive, because that is going to be the pivotal point for South Lake to get started. And I just appreciate, like I said, I've tried to keep up with it, and we've talked.
All
And
right.
I just appreciate everything y'all done. Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Yep. Excited about it.
Mr. Whitlow, you got a comment on this?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McAvoy, thank you again for being here with us. It's a pleasure to work with you and your staff at the Western Virginia Water Authority. It's also a pleasure to work with the Franklin County Board Representative, Shirley Holland, who joined us in the back of the room. Shirley, if you want to wave your hand. I had a good conversation with Shirley a couple of weeks ago, and one of her goals was, hey, I want to make sure I get to be at more of the Board of Supervisors meetings when she can. She has a very busy schedule, and so Shirley, we thank you for being here with us and representing Franklin County so well on the Western Virginia Water Authority. Mr. Chairman, and of course, members of the board, and not only for you all, but maybe for the benefit of the audience, the American Rescue Plan Act. Of course, the county received approximately $10.9 million from that last year. And this board, as board members, I know you all know that you worked diligently last summer to make strategic investments, because a lot of that funding was limited to primary things like infrastructure, one-time dollars. We couldn't utilize a lot of those funds for other things. And of course, this board has worked diligently setting aside $7.7 million to provide broadband services to our citizens, but then also recognizing that housing is extremely important to the county, the need for housing and growth in our village centers and so forth, and to make sure that we have really good redundant fiber, but also good redundant utilities, water and sewer. And so, in addition, I know the board allocated and appropriated about $3.2 million approximately for things like the South Lake water system. And the board was able to do so in that in leveraging dollars, leveraging state dollars. The local amount that the Board of Supervisors was able to appropriate then leveraged additional dollars from the state for broadband, but certainly also leveraging those dollars with the water authority. And so what you have before you, and to move forward with the South Lake project, water project specifically, for the water tank and that system there is about $1.5 million approximately. And so as Mr. McAvoy has presented to you all today, the board would need to take action today authorizing, of course, us and the county attorney to execute a sub-recipient agreement for the use of that ARPA funding for that purpose. And so myself, I'm sure Mr. McAvoy and others could answer any questions that the board may have.
All right, does that statement open up any more discussion or questions for anyone? If not, then we need to make action on this. We need a motion, and that motion needs to include the use of the 1.5 million ARPA funds to go towards the Union Hall water tank well development project.
So moved.
I'll open it up.
Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry.
I'll open it up for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, if you will, do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Sunday.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leader Mitchell.
Yes.
And Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, thank you all.
And thank you. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you
Thanks, Mike.
Board
It's good to
leader.
see you.
for your time and your interest in our county. Thank you.
Yep. Great.
All right. Ms. Cooper, you'll come forward. Interim, we'll start off with the Union Hall Village Plan there,
Yes. I'm sorry. Can you help me?
then the solar facilities, and then the codes rezoning. Are you going to do all three of those?
No, no, sir.
Which one you going to do?
I'm actually going to do introductions, and
Oh, you're not going to do neither one?
you'll see me this evening.
Huh?
You'll see me this evening.
Okay.
Thank you for allowing us to be here in front of you today to talk about the Union Hall Village Plan. I think you'll find out that staff and our consultants are very excited about this plan to revisit the 2014. And so that you can hear from our consultants, we have here today Mr. Todd Gordon. He's with EPR Incorporated. If you remember, he may mention this. They have done a couple of these GAP programs for us where it's free funding for us to get technical assistance to be able to do projects like this. And if you remember, the Westlake Hellsford area plan actually won an award with the National American Planning Association. So Mr. Todd Gordon is going to be up here giving you a presentation, and he's from EPR. But along with him, we have Anthony Donald with Michael Baker International. He is an engineer, and he will be discussing some transportation possible in this area of Union Hall. And so without further ado, I would like those two gentlemen to come up and give you a presentation of what we've been working on.
Thank you.
Well, thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Todd Gordon. Anthony Donald joins me. Our two firms have been working on this technical assistance grant to look at the village of Union Hall, started back in the summer. So in addition to Lisa mentioned previous experience. Both of our staffs have worked in Franklin County before at Westlake Hales Ford, also the 220 North Corridor Plan, so everyone enjoyed being back. So I'd like to share with you some of the results of this program, where we are in this draft stage, and welcome your questions or input at any time throughout this presentation or at the end. So as Lisa mentions, this is a project that's being done under a 12-month grant from the Office of Intermodal Planning and Investment. So this is an opportunity for some free planning assistance for the county, simply because your staff took the initiative to apply. This assistance went to 17 localities in this first year of the GAP program. So our work here has been to identify comprehensive plan strategies and suggest zoning strategies that would help to establish a village at Union Hall. We are roughly here in this 12-month timeline. We've been through some input and analysis. We've spoken to the public. We've come up with some draft designs. We're entering kind of the affirmation part, where we'd like to hear from you. We'd like to make some revisions and finalize our documentation. And importantly, we fully acknowledge that this is not the first time Union Hall has been planned. So we started from the point of the 2014 plan for the Union Hall Village, took that plan back to some of the residents, discussed it with them, and worked from that base. So I mentioned we had the opportunity to speak with the public in the Union Hall area. We held a meeting back in the fall, October 5th, at Franklin Heights Church in the Union Hall area. We also conducted a survey at that same time, opened the survey then and held it open for about a month so that some additional folks could get in touch. We had 111 people at the meeting, very well attended. Another 54 folks took the survey and gave us their impressions after the meeting. So some of the highlights of what we heard from them are some things that I'm sure you hear from them on a regular basis. We heard a lot about the scale of the village. We heard that folks found the scale of the Westlake Village, for example, would be, in their opinion, too much for Union Hall. They were looking for something smaller. They did have a desire for some measure of shopping and services in Union Hall that's closer to where they live. A desire for some sort of additional amenities like trails or recreation or a library branch and so on. We heard that folks preferred a sort of larger lot type layout than they might have seen in other projects in other places. But I think a big thing overall is a desire to maintain the rural and scenic character of Union Hall even as growth takes place. And also some concerns overall about what would the traffic impacts be, particularly on 40, of growth in the area. So we set out to do comprehensive planning for this area with some key questions in mind. Where is the edge of the village? What are the limits of Union Hall? What types of development might be included or welcome there? How do we maintain the rural context even while growing? And what improvements, transportation, utilities, and other are necessary to support a Union Hall village? So the draft that I will show you is a concept that we developed with staff using the input that we got from the community. It shows a village area boundary for Union Hall that you'll see is a bit smaller than what was identified in 2014. It shows a sort of scale of land uses from farms at the outer edge of the village to potential development of businesses or even small homes at the crossroads within the village area itself. And a couple of designations in between. And so we've created some comprehensive plan recommendations that hopefully you've seen in your packet as well, to be adopted with respect to the character of potential development, land uses, scale, location, the preservation of open spaces in rural areas. And I think importantly, we've included a lot of visual examples of what all this might look like. So this is based on the idea of transects. That is a kind of a scale of land uses that go from the edge of a village where there are very large farms and rural areas now, getting a little bigger until you get to the village itself. And so these 4 areas, we've kind of broken the Union Hall area up into 4 zones to discuss in the comprehensive plan, and we'll talk about each of those zones individually. But that sort of palette of 4 zones looks like this. One is called T1. That's a farm reserve area. So this is an area where farmers expect to continue farming. We hope that their farms will be supported by agricultural tourism, heritage tourism, and the local marketing of their local products. So moving a little closer to a village area and getting a touch bigger, the T2 or rural farm and residential area, we would look for something like small farms of 10 to 50 acres or very, very large lot residential. But potentially residential cluster development as well. T3, getting a bit more village-like, is an area for large lot residential, so home sites of, say, 1 to 10 acres, and where you might also find some very small-scale farming in addition. And then T4, the traditional village development, the actual village itself, an area that we see for small commercial uses, as well as potentially for small homes or cottages that support those businesses. So that doesn't show up fantastically on your screen. This graphic was in your packet as well, but shows the orientation or the sort of future land use mapping we did with those 4 different areas. And so the area that is in the center, centered around the intersection of 40 and Kemp's Ford, and surrounded by the dotted line, is what we see as a potential village area itself, an area for real village-type development, that T4 area, but surrounded by areas for larger lot residential, but also areas for farm preservation. That's the darkest green color. And this is in areas where we specifically heard from property owners and farmers in the area that was their intention for their land. I will turn this over to Anthony Donald for just a couple of slides to talk about transportation issues.
Thank you, Todd. Again, my name is Anthony Donald. I'm with Michael Baker International, and I'll talk about the transportation component of our work. So first here, we're showing the potential connections and potential improvement locations as a part of the plan. The potential connections are not recommended alignments. They're just general corridors to represent kind of endpoints that we would see improving connectivity throughout the village. And the potential intersection improvements are areas that either may have existing safety needs or as development continues, there will be operational considerations that need to be made and potential improvements might be made as development occurs. Some of those potential improvements are limiting left turns, which tend to be the biggest safety concern, potential through-cut or R-cut intersections, which are alternative intersection types that improve safety while maintaining operations, sight distance improvements at intersections, increased signage or advanced flashers, or additional turn lanes to improve safety and capacity. One other thing that we are going to look at is a high-level assessment of potential roundabouts at either of the intersections on Route 40. And this is going to be a high-level assessment that won't be operations-based, but more potential suitability and safety improvements that may be realized by the installation of a roundabout. As I had mentioned, these improvements should be implemented to address existing safety concerns or future travel demand. Any new access locations would need to conform to VDOT access management standards as well. Our other slide is depicting our multimodal corridors through the village. The first would be along Kemp Ford Road, and then the other is the corridor of Route 40. In our previous presentation of this There was a concern regarding having a multimodal facility directly adjacent to Route 40. And if you'll notice, we've got potential connections on either side of Route 40 recommended as new connecting corridors within the village. What we would see with a multimodal corridor that runs east-west is that portions may not necessarily be adjacent to Route 40, but be along those new corridors to help facilitate a more inviting environment for bike and pedestrians. These would be potential ways to add bike and pedestrian access. The path could either be on either side of these corridors. That's not defined at this point. There are no program funds at this time. Grant funding could be used to implement these improvements, but they could also be proffered as a part of development and the development review process. With that, I will turn it back over to Todd.
Let me ask you a question there just
Sure.
before you go. In any of these studies and talks that you had, did you consult any with VDOT?
We have had some interaction with the state entity that's funded this study, which is OIPI. We haven't had any direct discussions with VDOT at this time. The discussions with VDOT would come once the county has determined the direction they would want to go as far as what improvements they would want to make, either at this time for existing issues or as development occurs.
Thank you. Has anybody got any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thanks.
All right, thank you very much. So what I've shown here with the design concept map and these 4 land use areas that might be considered future land use areas or character areas is the comprehensive plan section of the recommendations. But we all understand here that the comprehensive plan is an important part of the vision, but actual development is governed by the zoning ordinance. So this study has also looked at zoning and how we can use zoning to allow landowners to build projects that create a Union Hall village. And so important note here is that this plan or any adoption or acknowledgement of this plan would not change the zoning. There are further steps to modifying your zoning ordinance. You would need to create new regulations or districts around some of the recommendations that we may have. And then at some point, owners would need to propose rezoning of their property to a new zone or to some revised zone in order to build projects. So we're a couple of steps removed from any change to zoning. But looking for a moment at zoning that exists, you can see the general area of Union Hall there. And like Mr. Kroll's presentation, you can see that there are some relatively small parcels zoned for business, one small light industrial parcel within the Union Hall area directly. But the vast majority of the project in a village area or within the Union Hall area largely or generally is zoned A1 for agriculture. You can also see on that map the Penn Hall property, which is not within the boundaries of what we discussed as a Union Hall village, but is nearby. I know there's been a lot of discussion over that property recently. So looking at the zone, comprehensive plan zones that we discussed, there are 4 zoning districts that roughly approximate or sort of lend themselves to this sort of development within your existing zone. There is the A1 agricultural district, which covers most of the properties as they stand now. It allows farming, allows a pretty wide variety of non-farming activities as well. On the other hand, it also allows quite small scale division of lots, as small as 35,000 square feet if the owner desires. So that's something that may come into conflict with the idea of rural area preservation that we heard from some of the neighbors. There is also, it's worth acknowledging that A1 allows private roads for subdivisions with lots over 5 acres. You also have the RE, the Residential Estate Zone, presently, which is a large-scale residential zone with 5-acre minimum lots, allows homes and gardens and the occasional horse, but not really anything that would be considered proper agriculture. The B1 Limited Business Zone is your neighborhood-scale commercial zone, as it's defined in your ordinance, allows a wide variety of commercial uses, but residential only in combination with a business. And then finally, you have the planned commercial zone, which has been at least experimented with a little bit in Union Hall, but it's a very flexible option that allows landowners to propose a project to the county and have that debated and accepted or denied. Residential uses are allowed in that by a special use permit. The density is open to your approval. An issue with that is there is a 5-acre minimum for projects there. Several of the parcels that exist already in the Union Hall Village are smaller than 5 acres and wouldn't necessarily be able to use that. And the process itself can sometimes be seen as a barrier to developers or investors because it brings a little bit of uncertainty. So for each of these zones that we've talked about in the comprehensive plan and each of these existing zones in your existing zoning ordinance, we've looked at recommendations for how you might use the existing zone to accomplish Union Hall Village development, or how you might change or adopt a new district of some type to do similar work. So looking at the first area, which is the area that we talked about for farm reserve, that is preserving agriculture and large farming. There are a couple of options here. You could look at adding options to RE or A1 that require larger lots to preserve farms and rural agriculture. You could also more specifically allow agricultural or agritourism type uses that support farming. Or on the other hand, you could explore the idea of creating a new rural district with large lot sizes that's a sort of farm preservation type district that allows farming and agritourism. Looking at the sort of rural farm and residential area, this is where we were looking at 10 to 50 acre parcel potential. Again, options to modify the A1 or RE districts, potentially to allow a greater spectrum of agricultural uses, potentially require slightly larger lots than exist than the 5 acres in RE, potentially look at the cluster development option that exists in that zone now. Or on the other hand, you could create a new rural residential type district that does these things with larger lot sizes and allowing farming. Third zone was the large lot residential. You're very close here already in that you have an RE. Your RE is for 5 acre lots rather than the 1 to 10 that we looked at. It might be a good idea to consider the types of uses and activities that are allowed in RE, potentially allowing developments that include some measure of very small scale farming. Finally, now, in addition to this, you could simply look at a new type of RE district that was closer to a 10-acre type lot that was really aimed at rural area type lots, whereas your existing RE has a bit of a suburban type feel. So that brings us to the T4, the actual village area itself. Several options there. First is that you have a B1 zone where you might expand the number of uses that are allowed, give greater variety of commercial uses within that. You might also consider including residential as a special permit use that would allow folks to bring in small residential projects to support those businesses. Another option is to use the planned commercial district, the PCD that you already have. You could add options there, potentially reduce the minimum project size, which is currently set at 5 acres, to meet the size of some of the parcels that already exist in Union Hall. Or finally, you could consider a new traditional village district or overlay district that allows mixed-use, small-scale village-type development. You already have an overlay district at Westlake. That you might create a district that applies specifically to Union Hall, or you might consider a village overlay type district that applies to Union Hall and other growth areas of the county at the same time. So that is a quick tour of the comprehensive plan and zoning recommendations that we've considered with staff and using public input. Let me speak briefly about next steps. We welcome your input, your questions into this work. And our plan here is to make final revisions based on your input and bring together a summary document to finish this project off. The technical assistance grant runs through the month of May, so we'll need to be finished by the end of May. Once we're done, our hope, I think, is that we turn over this information to your consideration as you continue your planning for the county overall, your comprehensive planning, and in the future, your consideration of zoning considerations or revisions to your code. So I will stop there and welcome any questions or comments you have on this.
Does anyone have any questions or any comments? Is this going the way that Mr. Gordon talked? Is this going the way that you want to see it going and on the right track? Mr. Leland Mitchell?
Yes, sir. I have a question, sir, on your Transient T1 and T2 and T3. And is this intended to restrict farming, or what options are you going to offer to the farmers? And I also see that the sale of local produced uses. Do you have any kind of explanation for that?
Sure. We heard a lot from the folks that we talked to in Union Hall about their desire to preserve farming and active agriculture in the area. So while they'd like to see potentially some growth and potentially some additional services, they wouldn't want to do anything to restrict agriculture. And so we've followed that, and we wouldn't want to do that either. We've suggested some things here that might modify the comprehensive plan or zoning ordinance in the future to give people an option to preserve farms if they saw fit. But that would be at the option of the farmer. And so all of these are very much looking at preserving agriculture and giving people the tools to continue to farm and farm profitably. And so you mentioned local products. We'd like to see sort of enshrined in the comprehensive plan and additionally in zoning the idea of farm markets or other type uses that allow people to sell locally and sell directly as one method of farming profitably and maintaining their farms.
And say I want to grow 200 acres of corn. Now, are you going to be restricted of how you sell it, or what you're going to do with it?
No, I think our direction here was to provide more options rather than any restriction.
Well, when will we see them?
I'm sorry, what was that?
When will we see more options?
So the recommendations that come out of this are recommendations that we hope are folded into your comprehensive plan as you plan for all the rural areas of the county. And we've got some recommendations that deal with zoning, but that relies on you all continuing to work on your zoning ordinance. And we've heard from staff that's something you'd like to continue to pursue. And these are some recommendations that we hope you'll take into account when you get to that stage. But we're not proposing to make or ask you to vote on any direct change to your zoning ordinance at this time.
I'm looking at this as a farmer. And I think we've got enough restrictions in telling us as to what we can do, and with the economy where it's at now, farmers are going to have to either go out of business, or I guess you'd say we're all going to be organic growers because we can't buy fertilizer. And I would just like to see some more explanation of what actually these things will be broken down to.
Sure. I understand.
The, go ahead.
Mayor?
Yes.
This is more of a discussion piece for the board and potentially staff. I worked on the Westlake Hellsford plan before I was elected, and when it came time to discuss the zoning issues, that's when things kind of went south. When you start dealing with zoning changes or discussion about zoning alterations, it's a very sensitive topic to our citizens. And so what I would ask, as we now are going into the Union Hall plan, there are some recommendations that we're starting to see about zoning. And I guess what I would want to know from the board, moving forward, are we looking at zoning by village plan, or are we looking at more universal zoning, whereas we may have certain zoning classification in the villages, but to me, there needs to be some consistency in treatment, especially in A1. So I guess I'm kind of asking, are we going to be taking the approach of looking in a more comprehensive way as to what we're doing in the village zoning recommendations? Does that make sense, Mr. Chairman?
It makes sense, and that was going to be my comment in regards to what Mr. Gordon said a while ago. I guess it'd be a little bit different from what you were talking about. I like for each one of these village plans to stand on their own merit. What might work in Union Hall may not work in Burnt Chimney or in Boone's Mill, and I don't want to see the board to get bound down by. In other words, I think there's a huge misconception in government, and that's throughout the entire Commonwealth. It's not a cap. We're not buying a cap where one size fits all. We got to keep it to where it works for whatever the area is. We got some of these areas are a lot more rural and a lot more agriculture. They want to see more cows than they want to see people. And we need to keep that kind of thought going, and so that it's not all regulated by one size. So I want to see it where it's, for my part, and I think that alludes somewhat to what you were talking about, but to keep it so it's open, that it fits the area that we're talking about. Yes, sir.
Yes. And what Mr. Mitchell was talking about, that's a very sensitive subject, especially when you got a lot of agriculture. And when you talk about zoning and this, that, and the other, a lot of farmers feel like they're being pushed out. And so that's a very sensitive topic, especially in my area. Like I said, I think we can work it out. There's no problem on that part. But I think we need to take the sensitivity of it and express it a little bit different than just saying, okay, you keep a farm till you get ready to retire, then we're going to take it out, take it away from the family and do this, do that. So, like I said, I think any village plan we do, we got to be sensitive to everybody. And farming is a very sensitive subject in the district. So that's freedom of commerce was coming on like it was, because you still got a lot of farmers in Union Hall. But we still want to see growth, don't get me wrong. But it's like Mr. Thompson said, let's do it per basis.
Sure.
But anyway, I just want to clarify that. Nobody's really jumping on you, it's just a sensitive subject.
Now, that's certainly the perspective that we approach this from, is that we understand that whatever plans or vision the county has for potential growth at Union Hall, ultimately, that growth will only come when the property owner decides. And so it's at their option. And so we've looked at options for property owners, and we understand that they may want to continue farming for some years.
Mr. Taylor.
One thing I think we might be missing, what you're proposing, the zoning changes that you're talking about, are just for the Union Hall Village plan, not for the entire Union Hall district.
That's right. So we show some zoning options. I'd say that they stop short of even proposing any change. We show some zoning options. And as others have discussed, you may want to consider zoning options that are specific to Union Hall, or you may want to consider zoning options that serve several villages at once. But our look has only been at Union Hall, and so we can't can't make any recommendation for Boone's Mill or other places.
Yeah, what I'm saying is we're limiting this discussion on the Union Hall Village plan right in the Union Hall Village, right around the
Yeah.
whistle stop, that little
Yeah.
strip through there. We're not talking about the entire Union Hall district that covers over toward Burnt Chimney and back toward Rocky Mount. We're not talking about a big area. So what Mr. Mitchell was saying, you know, if he had 200 acres of corn, he wouldn't, you know, according to your plan, he couldn't do it. Well, there's no places in the Union Hall Village that you could have 200 acres of corn. So you're not talking about the farmland in the Union Hall district. You're talking about, and what we're discussing here is the village concept, the village plan, which is a very small portion of the Union Hall district.
It is a very constrained portion, and I mentioned earlier that the village that we considered was in fact smaller than the village that was considered in 2014. We saw, based on demand, that it might be a smaller, more constrained area. So it's relatively small. We were able to cover it pretty quickly.
All right, so, Ronnie?
Just a comment. I think what you guys have put together is wonderful. Just like I said to the Water Authority, the mere fact that we have this in front of us for Union Hall and just continue to move forward towards a village for Town Hall just makes me very excited. Can't wait to see what comes of everything. Hopefully this board can come together and implement this stuff, and I'm excited. Let's do it.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask one more question?
Sure.
As we work through the village plan, and this may be for staff, are we looking to get this adopted in as part of the comp plan and have this be an established designated growth area? That would be what the end outcome is, Mr. Sandy? Oh, okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you, sir.
Thank you all very much.
There's no action needed on this. This was just an update of what's going on. If there needs to be any changes or anything that wasn't brought out today, or you got any thoughts or comments, Ms. Cooper will make herself available to talk about those and answer any questions in her office. Okay, Ms. Cooper, with solar facilities planning.
Yes, Ms. Spencer is still working for us, and she is going to be presenting the next two cases to you. But as a sidebar, if you do want to talk about Union Hall in more detail, and I'll be happy to do with it, talk to you individually, or you can send me comments if there are other suggestions that you would like to see. I would be happy to discuss those with you.
It may be, just for benefit of the board, it may be before it comes back for public hearing or anything, that you come back and give us an update of where things stand prior to it. Today we're gonna make a vote here in just a minute on the solar panels while it goes to public hearing. But we need to have an update from you before it gets to that point with this particular.
We will definitely do that.
That
Staff will
suit
come back.
everyone?
If that's
Okay.
what you like us to do, we'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Spencer, it's good to see you again today.
Yeah, they held on to me for the two most popular topics that we've got to deal with right now, so. It's flattering, it means I can handle it, right?
That's all right.
Let's see. Am I using this one? Okay, good. The big discussion of solar facilities is about the development itself, updating the comprehensive plan so as to guide that development, and it's about how to tax the facilities and how the revenue, what the revenue implications are going to be. This is just a little background showing you that we've been working on this for a while, that the Planning Commission has worked on it very hard. Actually, they've worked on it, had several discussions of it. There came a point where it just was going to be on every agenda, where the default is that we're going to keep working at this. They did hold a public hearing in January, continued to February, or delayed the vote, and then voted in February to recommend approval of the ordinance as it's written, and as you should have received a copy of. The comprehensive plan really is the first thing that needs to be, that needs to change whenever you're doing any sort of change in land use planning or development. And this was a reminder that it's organized into goals, objectives, and strategies, and there's 8 different areas. One of those areas is public utilities. Staff felt like that was the appropriate place to put some guidance. And I'm actually going to go, here we go. The language that staff is recommending is to add a new section to the utilities area that has an objective promoting solar development with while balancing large acreages, and then several strategies. The Planning Commission, their hearing, by the way, was on both this and the text amendment, and they had recommended approval. There's been a lot of talk about, okay, that zoning ordinance for the zoned areas, what do we do with the non-zoned areas? So we've confirmed that the 2232, which is the review against the comprehensive plan, is applicable in the non-zoned areas. And any project submittal for the non-zoned area would have to start with a description of how they're going to fit in with the comprehensive plan, how they're going to comply. The other thing that is really important to consider is a citing agreement, and I will be talking about that later in the presentation. But a citing agreement gives you a lot of flexibility as far as how to mitigate the development that is being proposed. So, excuse me. Other considerations are acreage cap for zoned and non-zoned areas, and referencing, this is repeated because we're talking here about putting citing agreements into the code. The commission didn't vote the first time because there were 6 different topics that they wanted additional information on. And I'll go over each of them to let you know what the outcome of their discussion was. There was a lot of confusion about this. At first, the draft included a development limit of 60 acres per site. And in order to develop larger than that, you would require rezoning. Well, talking to Rockingham County, Virginia, about where they came up with that information, why they did. It makes a lot more sense just to keep the special use permit process in place for any acreage of utility scale solar. Because a special use permit is a strong tool for making a decision about what the appropriateness of a development. The cumulative overall acreage cap for the county, the only thing that was at question sort of back and forth about this was, did this apply to the entire county or just to the zoned area? And right now, the Planning Commission vote was to keep this 1,500 acre overall cap and apply it only to the zoned area of the county. Setbacks were discussed. There was a give and take between too deep a setback, yet protecting the street views and the neighboring properties. So staff recommended a compromise with a deep setback from the roads and a shallower setback from the sides and rear. Shallow is really the wrong word. 150 feet is still awfully deep, and that's what's typical in the industry. A lot of discussion about how to handle the designated growth areas. The staff had recommended a 4 criteria review every time a project is requested in the DGA. With the discussion, staff considered an additional criteria if the planning commissioners wanted to consider it, and they believed that the 4 criteria that are in the ordinance as written are adequate in order to safely guard the designated growth area from unwanted development that would not fit or would compete with other opportunities for those areas. There's a separation distance in the ordinance. The separation distance is more than anything in order to identify one facility as different from another, so you don't get nickeled and dimed about this is starting with a 5-acre facility, and soon it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger. A separation is in order to identify one separate facility from another, so that they don't, and each individual facility has to go through the approval process versus a facility growing, one project growing. The lot of discussion about cadmium telluride, and the Planning Commission did vote to remove the prohibition altogether against cadmium telluride, acknowledging that the ordinance does require compliance with national standards. One of the current law that's currently under consideration would actually have a study conducted on the long-range effect, the lifetime effects of renewable energy. So the state is considering engaging in studies that would help alleviate some of the fears with this. This is just giving you an overview of what the national standards do include. The national standards include DEQ permitting as well, and DEQ would also be concerned with farmland. Steve, how did you want to handle the citing agreement discussion? I'll just go through the slides and then have others available for questions. Okay, good. Citing agreement is anybody with a facility larger than 5 megawatts can execute a citing agreement prior to the issuance of a permit. Now, the law says that the applicant has to approach the locality saying, let's talk about a citing agreement. The format of the citing agreement is up to you to put into place. But this is what the law opens the door and says to the applicant: you have to approach and you have to enter into negotiation. There are a lot of powers actually that are granted: mitigating impacts, financial compensation, and it's actually pretty broad the way the law is set out. A capital improvement plan. Helping the current fiscal budget of the host locality, which is the county, a fiscal fund balance policy adopted by the locality, or assistance by the applicant in the deployment of such things as broadband, and I know that's received some interest. It doesn't apply to a project that's received zoning approval before January 1st, 2020, and we don't have that case, so the other issue at hand is how the developments are taxed. Typically, solar developments are taxed under the M&T taxation, which is a mandatory exemption of 80%. So a House Bill 1665 first put this into place, another for growth opportunity zones, just for opportunity zones, but this House Bill 1434 later made this exemption available for all areas. So this is basically a step down reduction in exemption. So you can, the tax implication burden is lessened to you over time. Alternatively, and I think you've had some discussion about this, you can choose, and this would require the adoption of an ordinance, to choose a revenue share process where you can replace the M&T tax and its step-down exemptions with an energy tax up to $1,400 per megawatt. I will say another law is actually increasing the exemption under the M&T taxation for smaller projects. So I feel like that has the opportunity to become more burdensome, actually relying on the M&T tax law. So this is another very good tool that the county can consider. We are ready. The Planning Commission did recommend approval at a hearing. This agenda item is given to you in order to have further discussion before we go to a public hearing. Further questions that you might have. A public hearing would be required for the comp plan. A separate public hearing, usually on the same night, would be required for the ordinance. Are you interested in creating a citing agreement template and adding it to the zoning ordinance and comp plan as a requirement? And then another public hearing, you will need to hold on an ordinance to implement revenue share taxation if you choose to go that way. It's a lot to think about.
My questions that I have are still on the decommissioning of them.
Okay.
And I read what you got in your report here. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, the initial.
I know this is new technology and there's probably not answers, but.
We changed the decommissioning language that we had at first has been beefed up maybe 2 or 3 times now to cover, to try to be covering unforeseen issues. We covered a broader range of equipment that has to be subject to decommissioning. We've got bonding requirements. I feel that our decommissioning standards are strong the way they're written in the ordinance now, and whether they can be any stronger, I don't know. I think they're pretty. I believe we're extending ourselves to the power that the law gives us.
Say that again, please.
I think that we've included decommissioning standards that take advantage of everything that the law would allow us to do.
How about the bonding to make sure if it changes hands?
Correct.
Is the original party in the bond that the original party put up? Or if the new owner, is he or she going to be required to do a bond?
The way it's written, that the bond, if the ownership changes, a new bond has to be issued.
Okay. And is there recycling involved in those panels? I know the frames, the metal, that is, but that was my question before, and I didn't see where that was addressed. Is it anyways toxic or?
Because of that question, there's a statement in the ordinance that says that that equipment has to be recycled outside the county.
I saw that. So
Which
bonding will take care of making sure that that's done and everything.
That's right.
Okay.
And I think that as science tells you more, as this study is done about the lifespan of these facilities, we'll know a lot more and be able to feel more comfortable with it. It is difficult, Ronnie. It's a new technology. We haven't seen big developments actually come and operate and go.
I know it's difficult, and that's my
Yeah.
biggest heartburn is the the new technology, and I'm not really, I might get in trouble for saying this, but so be it. You know, I'm not really a tree hugger, but we're leaving, with the things that's going on now, I'm really concerned of what our children are gonna have to put up with. This is what's bothering me.
Yeah. And you're not the only one. I mean, when you look at the laws that are on the table right now, one of them is for DEQ to do a specific agricultural study, a review of impact on agricultural lands, as well as the review that they do already for applications. There's a law that has the extension, the cooperative extension, studying conservation areas and farmland, and studying the power grid and seeing if they can come up with some guiding information. And that's all because of this concern and the main concern about losing farmland.
That's another concern that I'm talking about, is losing farmland and
farmland.
everything, and the limit use of the property once the solar farms come on it. And if they're gonna put anything off to damage the land itself for future use. I know you can't answer those questions.
No,
Karen.
but we
That's
do, we are recognizing those. We added language, even in the comprehensive plan, we added language about agrivoltaics, which is about using land under the panels for agricultural purposes. It's about really strongly requiring the identification of potential pollinator habitats before development.
all that pollination there.
Yeah, and my understanding, especially with the agrivoltaics and the comp plan, is that hasn't been done before. That hasn't been actually made a part of a comprehensive plan.
Well, I know this is.
So you're making the statement.
New technology and the policies, and we're probably writing stuff in that other people will write in as well. So that's
Yeah.
my concerns on that. Somebody had a, Mike?
Mike?
Ms. Spencer answered my question, farming under the panels. My concern with this is I hope we're not making it too restrictive, because as you all know, I don't like to tax people, and I see solar farms as a recurring source of money for the county. And I don't want us to throw the baby out with the bathwater here.
Right.
I'm afraid the 5-mile distance may be too restrictive. I'm afraid the 15 acres may prohibit us from attracting the large solar projects, which are the revenue producers for the county. These small projects aren't going to mean anything for the county. They will the landowner, but they want the county. And then, as our chairman brought up, we have the concern of the cleanup and disposal of the panels, and what's the county going to be left with there. I guess my question is, once we hold this public hearing, can we still make changes to this ordinance as a board?
The answer to that is to a degree, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
To a degree.
And
What's that?
It depends upon, the level of change that you make. If it's a substantial change, then you'll probably have to have another public hearing.
well, change to the acreage, would that require another public hearing?
Probably.
I would recommend it based on the amount of conversation that there was on it.
But
And
if that's the only change you made, maybe not.
Yeah.
It would just depend upon the level of change within each category.
And also, as a comment, I view this as a property rights issue to a big extent.
I think you're right.
If John Smith has a farm that's a failing dairy farm or whatever, and this is his only option to save his property, do we as a board, do you all feel like we have the right to crush him and say, no, you can't put a solar farm on there?
Not if you, I agree with what you're saying, not if you believe in property rights.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, the 200 acres of corn production at some point may not be viable anymore for that property owner, and you're giving them a different.
Mr. Gundy?
Sort of following up what Mr. Carter was saying, I've got a few telephone calls about this 1 mile deal. So you got two farms failing, two dairy farms side by side. Okay, if one can have it, how come the other one can't? So that's the dilemma I also think we're looking at also is, I don't see where the distance will make that much difference.
No,
If both
it's-
farmers, like you said, if both farmers got failing farms and within quarter mile of each other, but we're gonna save one, we can't save the other one. So
It's
I know it's a lot of ifs, but,
Yeah.
can we do away with that 1 mile?
It's mostly if you're going to do a cap, an aggregate, 1,500 acres, or if you're going to do a per facility cap or look at each individual facility, it's more about being able to separate one from the other. Really, it's more about, and the Planning Commission did agree to reduce that separation distance from 5 miles to 1 mile, which makes it a lot more allowable.
Ms. Smith?
Yes. A couple things that, with respect to the designated growth areas, Carrie, you know what, that's been a area of concern for me.
Sure.
As we talk about the Union Hall Village Plan, we've got Westlake and Ferrum. I have a lot of concern about allowing utility solar farms in the designated growth areas. The way the draft ordinance is written, it excludes them, but it said that it would not, they would be, let's see, excuse me, they shall be excluded from the DGA as prescribed unless the proposed facility would be consistent with the DGA and would not reduce the acreage of housing, reduce economic development, depress property values, and result in long-term negative impacts. All of those things are fairly subjective, but once you start putting utility solar farms in the DGAs, you're going to be impacting those things. It's just a matter of exercise, in my estimation. So in that property in the DGAs, I think is intended to be used for housing and for commerce and things of that nature. So I would object to allowing utility solar farms in the DGAs. Now, having said that, in my district, as an example, I've got a farm that is in a DGA. And I feel that that farmer, as an example, should have the right to accept and exercise a lease if he so chose, but it's in the DGA.
And this is a good attorney question also. If you need the right tools in order to make reasonable decisions about saying yes to one and no to another, and whether this criteria should be sufficient for you to be able to do that. This would be the tools. It is subjective, but it's subjective on purpose, because both parties are going to bring different arguments to the table every time, and for every specific site. And
Because I think
it's going to be defined different for every site.
So I think it bears repeating that the utility solar farms as being proposed are only going to be introduced to us as a board via special use permit in the areas that's so denoted in the draft ordinance. The cadmium telluride panels, I was having an issue with those, Carrie, to begin with, but then I read a study from Virginia Tech, and they've kind of given a green light to these panels, which made me feel better about that. Because you get into all of these issues around E&S issues, erosion and soil, sedimentation, and runoff, especially around Smith Mountain Lake,
Right.
Which concerns us all, of course. So I think that, protections, what I'm interested in with the draft ordinance is making sure that we're keeping property rights in place, but putting in the adequate protections to the county. I know a lot of residents have contacted me about view shed issues, what they're looking out their front or back door they don't want to see a utility solar farm there. So there are issues that are starting to weigh on both sides. And I think that we as a Board of Supervisors, we need to sit in a position of protection, but also in a way to promote proper growth, protecting property rights. And that's an inherent balance with a lot of things that we do. But one other thing to keep in mind I had jotted down is the energy that's derived from these utility solar farms is not going to stay here. This energy is not staying here. They're going to be hooking to AEP distribution lines and to the into the areas that they've got infrastructure built. So I just want us to keep that in mind as well. Thank you, Carrie.
Which is the Citing agreement, where staff is strongly recommending that you take full advantage of that, of the Citing agreement opportunity. The power is going elsewhere, you're giving up your valuable farmland, and you want something in return.
The only other question I had, and this may be for Mr. Gwynn, I noticed that Bedford has chosen not to adopt a solar ordinance, at least at this moment in time. So my question is, if you have a locality, I'm not going to specify who that is, they choose not to have a solar ordinance, and you have solar applications coming into the jurisdiction, does that default to your utility section of your zoning ordinance, or what is the treatment for that in a general sense?
That's how we had been treating it, right, Steve, that it would be applied, we would apply a utility facility rule to it, and those ordinances are intended to be addressing something much smaller than this. Those ordinances would be viewing whether a water tank is appropriately
We're getting
located.
way out of hand here. Hold on just a second now. If we got a legal question, if you're comfortable in answering it from here, or do we need to go in the back in a closed session with there? But we're here today. Our thing today is, are we ready for this to go to a public hearing? And I'm not hearing that.
I understood the question, Mr. Chairman, to be, what if we don't do it?
Right.
And that's an interesting, I read the same thing in Bedford, and I'm not sure how they're going to deal with it either. I don't think that the failure to have an ordinance means that they won't be there. It just means that you're not going to have the ability to regulate them through your zoning ordinance as opposed to through your utility. And as a result, all this talk about the DGA and this, that, and the other will be out the window. They can put them anywhere.
Right.
And so I would strongly recommend that whatever else we do, we need to end up with an ordinance to give us some ability to regulate it. I would also point out, in response to your earlier question, Ms. Smith, that under those DGA standards, the expectation would be in a special use permit situation that the applicant would basically present evidence supporting those things that you think are subjective, such that, for example, someone from a planning standpoint should be able to say whether it would reduce acreage that could be in housing. Same as our planning department would be able to tell whether or not the future economic development was something that we were thinking about in that particular area. I mean, our own comprehensive plan will talk in those terms as well. So you'll be meeting it there. And although it might be subjective, it's something we've already done from the standpoint of determining where we want things. As far as depressing property values, I mean, I guess you could have an appraiser come in, if you're the applicant. But those are things that the applicants are going to need to keep in mind if they want us to approve their special use, is that they have met these criteria and have something more than just standing in front of us and saying, oh yeah, we meet the criteria.
Right.
Well, how?
Right.
And so it's going to be my experience in other jurisdictions has been, it's a pretty detailed process.
It is, and it allows one site to be studied differently from another site. The evidence that would be presented, both on the staff's point and on an applicant's point, would be geared toward that one site.
Mr. Carter?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just as a follow-up to one of your comments, I'm curious what a bond underwriter would say, what our risk would be if this thing fails and they up and walk away, I think that's a piece of information that would be good to know moving forward.
Yes, sir.
Well,
Mr.
the-
Mitchell?
I guess when you take all of this presentation and someone comes to the county and explains what they can do and what they can't do, they've still got to have a special use permit
Right.
from this board. And we should have ample time to study their proposal as to whether we want to approve it or don't approve it.
Yes, sir.
If I might, with
Yes,
regard to
sir.
Mr. Carter's comment, there are basically surety companies out there that, you know, have calculated that risk, so to speak, and any bond that we ask to be put up is going to have some sort of surety, whether it's going to be a letter of credit or whatever. And I think earlier you had asked about, Mr. Chairman, what happens if they try to walk away? The bond stays in place. So if they sell the property, their bond remains in place unless the other people get a new bond. So there's an incentive there to get that done. But the bond is the bond. And
The worst that could happen is that the older owner doesn't want to carry forward the bond, but the new owner would have to replace it.
well, yeah, you've got a surety that's on the hook.
Yep, exactly.
And
They'd
they
assume that.
usually will have some sort of collateral from the principal. So they can't just walk away.
Can't walk away and leave it.
Right. It's not that different than, the construction bonds and that sort of thing that we deal with on a regular basis.
All right, our question today then is before the board now, and we've got to do action on this. Is this ready to go to a public hearing, or does this need to be tabled and for probably discussion amongst us to go back to planning and zoning, or maybe even we need to do a meeting to include planning and zoning at the same time? A couple hours at some time for a special meeting with planning and zoning to work out some of these questions, because we are going to be limited to what can be changed after the public hearing. And that's what we got to be mindful of. So then you end up with having 2 or 3 public hearings, keep changing stuff, and that's not cool either. So that's where we're at. That's where I see where we're at. So what do you want? What's the pleasure of the board? You want
Mr. Chairman,
to table this, or you want to go forward?
I would like to see it tabled until we get answers to our questions asked tonight.
And with that motion to be tabled, are you going to entertain a meeting with planning and zoning, or getting questions together and sending it back there, or having a meeting with just us to send it to planning and zoning? How much do you want to
Well, I don't know how the
expedite?
board feels about it, but I think we need to submit questions to planning and find out, our answers to it. That's what I'd like to see done.
I
So-
would further recommend, I don't think we need the planning commission. They've been with this for months and months and months. I think that we need to sit with the planning team and our county administrator and have our questions prepared ahead of time.
I was going to
Mr.
suggest
Mitchell.
that it's be good for us to be really clear, for staff to be clear on what the questions are.
Yes, ma'am, that's what I'm trying to do right now.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay,
May I suggest a work session, Mr. Chairman?
just for this?
Yep.
Okay, so
I
give
make-
your motion again, please.
Okay, I make a motion that we table this and that the board gets their questions together and present them to planning and get answers to this before we go any further. I make that
Second.
motion.
We
Second.
got a second. So, all in favor? Madam Clerk, do a roll call on this, please.
Yes. Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum,
Yes.
Supervisor Smith,
Yes.
Supervisor Carter,
Yes.
Supervisor Leland,
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell,
Yes.
Yes. So, Mr. Willow, the way I understand this is we need to have a pretty good amount of work time in our next meeting to deal just with this, to give the proper questions and direction back to planning and zoning.
Sure.
To come up with a modified version of this.
Sure. And Mr. Chairman, to that end, if the board, then, and we'll send out a memo reminder to the board to get questions to us as staff by date certain, say potentially later this week or next week. That'll give staff adequate time, and then we'll look at our agenda at the April meeting or an upcoming board meeting, whichever may work, and we'll set aside some time. I know y'all got several meetings ahead, so.
We'll do that. Thank you, ma'am.
I might
Ben-
suggest that you, I'm so
Been
sorry.
asked to take a 5-minute break.
Ah.
We'll take a 5-minute break and come back and do the codes. already had the public hearing on this, so there's not going to be a public comment session on this. It's just going to be action by the board that we didn't take last time. Ma'am, you go ahead.
Okay. This is a review of steps that have been taken, and as Chairman said, the hearing was opened, but a decision was not made. The owner revised 2 of the proffers for reconsideration. I'm going to go right to it because we're not in the hearing. 2 proffers that he offered had to do with the events center. One of them was to reduce the amount of events in a year from 20 to 12. And the other is, instead of vacating the preservation buffer along the exterior boundaries, to basically replace its description and call it a landscape buffer instead of a preservation buffer. And the reference to a certain landscape buffer type in the ordinance will help us to enforce it. Planning Commission did recommend 6-1, recommended to approve the request. With the 10 proffers and deviations submitted by the applicant, there is an additional proffer to the 2 that he submitted. Sort of a late breaking news. He's also added the current proffer reads for noise. No event shall last more than 12 hours, and no event shall extend later than 10 o'clock each evening. The applicant wants to change that to no event shall last longer than 12 hours, and no event shall extend later than 9:30 each evening. And I believe you have copies of this additional change. The title of it? Oh, okay, yeah, thank you. Your copy is highlighted with the change that was requested. It's actually highlighted with all 3. Yeah, I'll point that out. Mr. Sandys just called my attention. The proffer change for noise, they've also added a sentence at the end of the proffer: to ensure compliance, a sound engineer will be retained to confirm compliance. That was not in the previous proffer. Last sentence in 2B on the second page.
Yes, ma'am. Everybody had time to review these? I'll wait a couple more minutes there. I do have one question for our attorney. These new well, he's still reading too, so maybe I'll wait a minute. Do these have any bearing on the prior public hearing that we've had? Doesn't change anything?
I don't think the changes are substantial enough to require a second public hearing.
Thank you, sir. Okay, this is answer everybody's questions that they had. Anybody got any questions? Mr. Mitchell?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I stated last month, a big concern for me is the how people around the concert venue are affected by the sound. Last month, the applicant stated that they were going to have a barrier on the stage to buffer the sound, to push it to the slope where everybody sit. I don't see that they have put that in number 7 under noise.
They haven't entered it as a condition, haven't offered it as a proffered condition, but my understanding is that they do intend to install the sound barrier.
They were going to do that.
Well, intend to and do, to me, are two different things. So if they said last month that they were going to do it, then they need to do it. And it's not in here. Am I right or wrong? I don't see it.
No, it's not in there as a proffered condition. The
I know we're
applicant is-
not opening it up for discussion, so I'll just go through my questions just to get them out of there. Is that how you want me to do it, Mr. Chairman? So,
Oh, go ahead. I thought you was through. I'm sorry. Go
no,
ahead.
I've got a few here. So I see in here that 20 is the maximum number of events now. Now, over the last month, I've heard several times 30.
It's
Which
actually
is it?
12 now. I'm sorry.
Well,
He's
it's
reduced
no more than 12 for under 300.
for 300 and above is the way the proffer reads.
All right,
No
so
more than 12 larger events.
no more than 12 larger events. So how many events can they have with 300 or less people?
Our ordinances don't have a limit.
I understand it. That's why I'm confused, because it says no more than 20. No event shall exceed 18. And if I'm misunderstanding this, please tell me. I just want to, are they going to have 30 events down there, or are they going to have 20?
I want to be sure you're looking at the right list of proffers too, because he did change it to no more than 12 in a calendar year.
It's going to be limited more than 300.
But that's more than 300. They can have more than 12 with 300. So the number for 300 and under is unlimited.
Right, and I believe
By
the
our
number,
statute.
the 300 number is because those, the event, we require a permit for an event, 300 people or more, but not for less than that. So I would say that the applicant is asking to be an event venue and limiting the larger events.
Yeah. In my opinion, if both sides are trying to work with each other, it's just too open-ended for me. I'm not happy with that. Under 300, they can have a concert every weekend. So I'll go on to my next question, because I know we're not having a discussion on this. I'm just letting you know how I feel. I brought up last month the retaining wall that holds up where their primary parking is. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, in Franklin County, the code with the building official's office, if the area behind a retaining wall that is over 30 inches tall requires a safety barrier. It clearly states that behind that retaining wall, they're going to be using that for parking. Well, if they're using it for parking, people are walking behind that retaining wall. So it's now a walking surface. No different than if it were a patio that had a retaining wall that was over 30 inches. People walk behind that patio, it requires a safety barrier. The retaining wall down there, from my memory, is 10 feet, 12 feet tall. If a car were to drive over that wall, I picture it flipping over on its roof, crushing the roof, and then our local fire department's down there extricating people out of it. Not to mention somebody just walking off of it and breaking their neck, because they would definitely break their neck. And I brought that up last month to have staff look into that. I'm pretty disappointed that it's still not in here that they're required to have a safety barrier behind that retaining wall, because it's obvious they're going to be walking behind this retaining wall.
I think that, I know the only thing I really can say about it is that that amount of detail would definitely be reviewed at the site plan phase, and the building official would be out there to ensure that the appropriate sized retaining wall is used at the time of.
Yeah. Last time I was there, if I
Change of use.
recall, there was, I'm not sure the proper term, VDOT might be able to help me with this, but it's like rolls of orange with holes in it. And I think the T-posts were used to hold it up. In Franklin County, it's required to have something put in concrete as a permanent structure for the safety aspect of it. So I know we're not opening this up for discussion, so I'll just go on to my next question.
No, but I just the way the process works, staff would be looking at that, should the rezoning be.
Yeah. I'm just letting you know things I'm
Okay.
uncomfortable with. Last month, it was brought up that the facility down there is not ADA compliant. Applicant was clearly willing to look into making it ADA compliant, and even, if I remember correctly, said that they had spoken with a contractor. I see nothing in here on what they have hired that contractor to do to make it ADA compliant, so therefore it's still not ADA compliant, correct?
It would, again, that answer, our normal, typical protocol would be to look at that at the site plan phase.
Right. But we're voting on it today. I'm not comfortable with it.
Understood.
Okay. Also last month, this is the one that really gets me. We were told in this boardroom that no event over 300 people could be booked by the staff that books the talent down there without this board's approval. I counted on their website, there's 8 events booked on the Cove's website already. How's that possible?
Staff has, the applicant has requested temporary event permits for a number of events. I'm not aware of the number. I just do know that he submitted applications, and I believe we're processing those.
Yeah. And if I'm not mistaken, the day after our meeting, those were posted on their website.
Don't know.
So, there's so many things I'm not comfortable with here that I haven't had answered. There's other things that I have questions about that I will not ask. And at this time, Mr. Chairman, I am done.
Thank you.
I would be willing to make a motion to deny when that time comes.
We're not ready for that yet.
I know, but just let you know.
Ms. Smith, you got any questions?
Yeah, I do, actually. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spent a great deal of time last month articulating very specifically my concerns with the application. I won't reiterate all of those. I think the bottom line for me continues to be that for me, this almost inches towards a non-conforming use in an RPD zoning district. I just don't think that the vision when the county did zoning and had the use of temporary events, that it was envisioned that a permanent event venue could be there by virtue of creating and suggesting and proffering deviations to that RPD to accomplish that. I just don't think that use is compatible and in conforming, and all of the language that we use for everything that we do in planning. I would love to have this event venue be a permanent venue in a different location that's not surrounded by residential development. I think it infringes on their property rights and their peacefulness and tranquility that they bought into. And I am very supportive of 3 or 4 events a year, and I'm very supportive of having temporary events. I want to make that quite clear. I think that we, if this board makes a determination that this is something that they support and want to do, I think some of the recommendations that I made at the last meeting, I would encourage the board to consider. And Carrie, you just made a comment about temporary event permits being considered on temporary status.
Well, just based on the current zoning, the issuance of a temporary, he's asked for a temporary permit, and the temporary permits are allowed in the zoning district, are allowed as a use.
Temporary permits.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Can you
Temporary
cite
event
the code section to me for that? Because I'd like to look at that.
Yeah, it's, I don't have the section in front of me, but it's in the zoning, the RPD zoning section as a permitted use in that list. But we
Well,
can-
you don't, that's okay, but my point is, this matter was tabled last month, and for the staff to be going ahead and moving forward with consideration of applications, to me is premature. And if I were in a planning department posture, it would be my hope that no action would be taken until this board had made a decision and a determination.
Thank you.
Ms. Smith, we had 5 temporary events. There was 3 that were ready to be issued. There was no way that I could hold them up. There was nothing in the zoning ordinance that said that I could hold them up. So I went ahead and issued them. I issued 3 yesterday.
How can you do that if the board's not through with this matter, Lisa?
Because it is a permitted use in the RPD district, and they met the requirements under section 25-134.
232.
Well, the permitted use is
Thank you.
294,
Yep.
but the requirements for temporary events is 25-134.
That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, for the moment.
Mr. Tatum?
Okay, last month, I had the opportunity to speak to a number of people, and I've spoken to a lot of people this weekend, as late as this morning. And first off, I just want to apologize to the lady that I hung up on yesterday for thinking that she was a telemarketer. I saw the Richmond zip code, and if you're here, I'm sorry. I told you yesterday when you'd call back, but I do apologize. With this issue, and I told everybody I spoke with last month that, and I agreed with tabling it last month because I had some questions I wanted answered. I wanted to do my own research. And so I took a couple opportunities. I went down to the property, and I didn't get arrested, but I was worried that I would, because the first time I went, I couldn't get in the gate, so I hopped over the fence and walked down. And I figured they'd call the sheriff's department, but they didn't. And I looked around for myself to answer my questions. The second time, I went down and met with one of the property owners down there, and he was very gracious to show me around and answer some questions for me, just so I could answer the questions for Tim. I answered the questions that I had that satisfied what I was looking at. And I'm going to be honest with you, my preference on this would be, I'd like to see a trial run on some of these big issues. I'd like to see him have some events with 1,500, 1,800 people to see what he could do. I'm not sure that's I don't know how, if that's an option to do that on a temporary basis, or if we have to go straight to the rezone or not. But me personally, looking at the layout of the land and the amount of land that he's dealing with and the proximities and everything, there's ample parking. There's the road that was mentioned last month, that if they had to, they'd park along the road. And I told the guy who lived there, I said, hell, you're on the road. It's not like you're parking on a VDOT road. It's a private road that is part of that community that they own. If they want to park on it, that's up to them. So that's not an issue that I feel that this board should try to control. That's not something we do. I looked at some of the facilities that they're working on. I know that I'm not going to speak that they're completed, but they are working on some ADA compliance issues with some of the ramps and steps and things that they had. And it's a ongoing project. And I know you all, before you do the site plan, all that will be inspected and will have to pass compliance before
That's right.
they would be allowed to. And I had concerns about the retaining wall that Mr. Mitchell spoke about. But again, that will be inspected and will have to pass county specs before you sign off on it with the site plan. And the noise issue came up, and I too looked on here because they did mention putting up a sound barrier to muffle the sound, keep it from going back toward the lake. And I didn't see that in here, but I also saw where he has contracted, retained it's a sound engineer will be retained to confirm compliance. And also, we have an ordinance and a decibel level, and as these events go on, I'm asking for the residents down there, if it's loud and you think that it's in violation, call so that someone from the sheriff's department can go down and monitor it. And if it is in violation, then the ones responsible need to be charged accordingly and held responsible. There are also, if this is approved, and I don't know how it's going to go, if this is approved, or if we do by SUP, then if they're loud, if they're unruly, if it's out of control, we need to know, because we need to address that and work on that. It's a work in progress. No matter what's done today, puts this in a solid stone from now to eternity situation. Change is fluid. If there are issues, if it works out great, I hope it does. I hope if everything goes well, if it passes, or if it don't pass, if we do special use permits, I hope they're successful in having events that the people are happy with. I'd love to get phone calls and say, Tim, they had 1,500 people down here and everyone was having a great time. I live across the water and, it's 1,500 people, but it wasn't that bad. It looked like a great event. I would love to hear that. If we don't hear that, I'm willing to do whatever to work with those responsible, whether by ordinance or what we need to do to make it so that they can be. This is a residential, this is an area that people have come to, moved here for a place to live. I also took that in consideration, the distance across the lake. And Ms. Smith and I have spoken, several of us have spoken. One thing that we need to look at from a board standpoint on situations like this is a compliance enforcement officer, whether it's through your office or through the sheriff's department. We need to make sure that when we set these guidelines, these ordinances and guidelines, that they're followed to the T. And if they're not, we need to have some response. We need to have some action that we can take to make sure. Now, this has been a tough call for me. Again, I've talked to a lot of very nice people on both ends of the spectrum, and I enjoyed the conversations. No matter what I do here today, I'm not going to make everybody happy. I know that, and nor is that my job. My job today, and I'm making my decision, I always, the old saying, you can either go with your heart or you can go with your gut. And if you're lucky, they're both taking in the same direction. Well, I'm here saying today that my heart and my gut are not taking me in the same direction. And, I have spent time, and, last month when I spoke to everyone on both ends, both sides, I didn't promise one way or the other than I would spend the time to look into this and research it and do my homework for me, so that when I make my choice, it's based on factual information that I see for me, and not what anyone comes in to tell me they're afraid is going to happen or promise me what they're going to do. I went down to look at and give myself the information that I saw, and that's what I'm going to make my decision on. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Unfortunately, we can't make everybody happy, and I will say I've been on the board 6 years. This is probably the toughest vote I've made, because, like I said, my heart's pulling me one way, my gut's pulling me another, and we'll know in a little bit which one's going to win out. But thank you. That's all I have.
Gunny,
We're gonna have time for comments after this one, or is this it?
say what you got to say, sir.
All right, 10-4. May, I believe 1988, zoning was started. And I told you, I've been here before the dam. I've been here before the lake.
I was at that meeting, and the zoning was set. So we've got to go with what we offered, what we have, what the ordinances are, and what it says. And as far as the ordinance is concerned, sometimes it may not be the best, but it's the best we got. It's just like, hey, somebody look at this bottle right here and say, a pessimist is going to say it's half empty. Optimist is going to say it's half full. But I'm going to say it's a half empty bottle of water. That's what it boils down to. It's perception and fact. And the facts I have tried to dig into, first I want to do about the retainment wall. Does people come out of Walmart, got a retainment wall they got to crawl over or go around to get to? I don't understand this wall you're talking about. Does churches have these walls to protect people going out of church? I don't understand where this is coming into play. The other part was that I have talked with Todd Daniels, VDOT resident, and we discussed the road. And in the last 5 years, there has been no problems, traffic, accidents, or nothing on Stanford T Road. I have talked to Major Sigmund, and at that time there was no major problems with the venue. People leaving, coming in, going out. Everybody's behaved themselves. I think it has been a couple calls in about noise. But as far as the public is concerned, as far as safety on the road and stuff, the bridge that people are talking about, trailers going across, venue trailers coming in, that was rebuilt in 2019. It carried any legal weight limit in the state of Virginia. It's that good. The cliffs, I know people say we ain't supposed to mention that, but that's not a part of this. The lake, the docks and stuff's not part of this. It's basically the 39.7 acres and then the venue. I wish we could separate the venue out, but it's not. We've got to vote on it the way it is. I see nothing, and I have researched this. I've been working on this for the last 3 weeks. You can ask anybody that knows me. I've called everybody, talked to everybody, and I see no major problems. They have come down from 20 or less down to 12.
Bullshit.
Anyway, they have tried to, the time, they have moved the time from 10 to 9:30. And the matter of fact, the ordinance is 11:30, isn't it?
The noise ordinance is
Right, 11. 11. But anyway, that's the way I see it. I've tried to dig into the facts. I've tried to protect both sides. And that's it. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Carter?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My concern is we don't have a code enforcement officer. I would feel a little better if we did, but we don't. I hope we can rectify that during the budget session. I don't feel comfortable parking a permanent music venue in the center of a residential neighborhood. I don't think it's proper usage of that site. I don't think it's appropriate for the people that have bought property and live in there, and that's how I'm determining my vote. Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Mr. Mitchell, you got a comment?
No, sir, I have no comments.
I have no real comment other than the fact of this is a recreational lake. It's the way it's always been advertised. Am I making, the next thing I've got to say, are we gonna cut out fishing? Cut out boating? People can't play the radios on their boats. And I got a hard problem with taking these property rights away from people. To me, if it's a problem with the noise or the traffic, that's what we got law enforcement for. That's where they come into play. We've got ordinances in place. That's where they come into play and all with that. I'm ready to, I've done my homework. I'm satisfied with the answers here. And I'm ready to take a vote. I do have one question. Mr. Bogle, I've got your request to speak. The public comment is over and all that's done. If you've got something that you want to say in regards to the questions that have been arisen today or to this paper that you sent us, I'll let you speak to those.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I wrote down some of the questions that were raised by Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Smith, and I think I can address a lot of those. First question that came up from Mr. Mitchell was sound barriers and the fact that we did not make any reference to actually installing sound barriers. That's because we engaged the design consultant, the sound engineer, before this meeting, and he said that we would be very foolish and would not spend our money wisely if we were to install those sound barriers before he was able to assess how the sound was bouncing off of the various landscaping and features of that land. So it is in the intent, I believe the first concert is in April. That first concert, they are going to set up several sound listening stations during the concert, determine how the sound is behaving. Once that's determined, they will then look at making the necessary modifications to reduce the sound or determine whether the sound has to be, the actual volume has to be turned down.
If he's going to address me, I can address him, right, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Last month, you guys were more than willing to do whatever you had to do to satisfy your neighbors around you. And that's how I perceived it. No one's told me different any other way. So when you guys mentioned the sound barriers, I even commented you guys. I said, thank you for trying to do some things to make it better for your neighbors. But then what I get today says nothing about it. My questions were things I'm uncomfortable with. So, but thank you for your explanation.
Yep. Well, that is our attempt to not just do something that's going to look good, but something that's going to actually work. The number of events, I believe Ms. Spencer addressed that with regard to the 12 events that are in the revised proffers that we have sent out in the past few days. I've clarified with Mr. Crumpler that retaining wall, the land behind that retaining wall is private property. It's individual lots. They're not owned by the developer nor the association, so the parking is not in any way, that retaining wall is in no way related to or near or in between the parking and the stage. So that would not be an issue with regard to people walking along that wall trying to get to the stage.
It would, if, like somebody mentioned, I've been to a couple concerts there. The last one I went to, me and my buddy parked right behind the orange barrier, which was only, 10 feet from the wall?
And that parking has been moved with that regard, and it's shown on the actual master plan that's been submitted to the Board of Supervisors.
Just in my defense, I don't have it right here in front of me, sir.
It's part of the original submission that was sent to the board, but either way.
It's not in my package, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. As to the events that were already booked, again, we have temporary permits that have been applied for. However, it is Mr. Crumpler and the event sponsors are at risk if they book those events and don't get a permit. So that's why they were saying they needed to have these in place so that they weren't at financial risk. They can't book any more than they have already done so and not suffer a financial risk if they were unable to get the temporary permits or unable to get the vote today. And the last comment I'd
like to address that one if you're still addressing my question.
Sure.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the last meeting, this board was told that no events could be booked without our approval.
He said
By
he
your
wasn't.
event planner.
I believe said he was not going to book any more. We made it very clear that we had already booked several because the process had been tabled, or the process had been, yes, the process was originally supposed to be heard in January, had to be advertised. And during that time, he became on the hook for several events, or he was going to lose those events. So he couldn't book any additional events without suffering financial hardship or risk. The last thing I'd like to address is, sorry, I got a little bit distracted there, is the issue of the special, not the special use permits, but the temporary permits. Again, this whole process was started in collaboration with planning and zoning. It was either start 2022 with applying for temporary permits like we have for each event, separate events, separate paperwork, separate everything, or it was to come to you and ask for the rezoning. We've decided in conjunction with planning that it was in the best interest of the county to move forward with the rezoning. If the board decides that this is not appropriate, we will proceed under the temporary permit statute. It's allowed. It is, as Ms. Cooper stated earlier, they've properly submitted for and been approved for 3 temporary permits. There's 2 more on the table. We see this as best for everyone in the county administration, the developer, the citizens. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, is there any more questions for Ms. Spencer?
I have a question,
Yes, sir.
please. I want to know about this wall we're talking about. I don't understand this wall.
Ms. Spencer, can you talk about the wall?
I mean, maybe I was out of line using churches and stuff, but I just don't understand about this wall.
Any development that is, requires a retaining wall in order for it in order to hold it up, has to be inspected by a building official. If those other places that you talked about have retaining walls, they would have been inspected by building officials.
So it's actually protect the public?
It's either, I don't know the situation, I'm going to be honest, with the orange fencing, it makes me think it might be more of a drainage and erosion control issue.
No,
But
I'm
it's-
sorry, Mr.
It's not,
Chairman.
okay. So then it's a protection to make sure that whoever's on the surface that's supported by the wall is safe.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mitchell, you got something?
In Franklin County, any wall over 30 inches tall that has a walking surface behind it, parking lot, sidewalk, patio, requires a safety barrier. Any retaining wall. That is the code.
I'm
I
sure
know it
that-
because I have to do it all the time.
So the process this would be a change of use permit with a site plan submittal and a review of that site plan, which I have been, I don't know if I take this one or not because I won't be here, but I have been taking to TRC. And that would be the point where that would be discussed and reviewed, and an inspector would.
The reason I bring it up
Yep.
is I know that they're parking cars behind that wall. Unless they're saying they're going to have a huge space behind that wall, they're not going to park cars anymore. Then where are they parking all these cars? Because when I was there was hundreds of cars in that field behind the retaining wall. So if the lawyer needs to come up and ask that question again, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to know.
It's already been addressed. We're getting to the point now that it's just becoming an arguing match. And we're going to make a vote here in just a minute. If there's any more questions to Ms. Carey in regards to this, you can ask them. If not, I'm going to call a question.
I have one more question, Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
Chairman. Ms. Spencer, Mr. Vogel mentioned a provisional concept plan. Is there something else that the board doesn't have that's been submitted when you refer to a provisional concept plan?
No, it was actually part of the original rezoning submittal. I've got a copy of it.
Because I know we
I
got the
can
complete package last month.
I can show you. Well, you may not have gotten it for this meeting. And I know this is the provisional concept plan, unless I'm mistaken.
Point out the areas that make it provisional.
I'm not sure. I think provisioned upon a full site plan review and approval.
That's the parking, that's the wall.
Would proposed be a better way to describe it?
Perhaps, I think because it's not a full, it doesn't meet the requirements of a full-blown
Right.
site plan. I think it would be a part of the concept plan submittal that gives more details.
It's not going to be approved until the question of the zoning has been decided.
That's right. And I think that the idea of calling it provisional is probably an honest title for it.
So Carrie, is everything that's on this, this plan as we're looking at it, anything that's in the staff report that's subject to the rezoning, or anything that touches this from the 2006 adopted master plan, there's nothing new on here? Is the 2006 layout still here, and the only new things we're looking at are the provisions for rezoning? Are there any density changes on this?
There are no density changes.
Anything else?
There are changes to the one portion of the coves that encompasses 37 acres, and it's about, it's areas of open space. And the only thing that is being requested as a change besides the event venue is some lot reconfigurations. And the preservation barrier, which is buffer, which is now going to be a landscape buffer.
So the open space deviations are just for operational events? Is that correct?
They did not request an open space deviation because they still meet the open space requirement, nor a density deviation because they still meet the density requirement there.
Okay, any more questions for Ms. Spencer? Thank you, ma'am. Okay, what's your pleasure?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion, please.
Okay,
I move to approve the request zoning on the case number REZO 12-21-17-127 and find that the request will not be substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character surrounding properties will not be changed thereby, and that rezoning will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, with the use of this permit by right by zoning district and the public health, safety, and general welfare of the community. Therefore, I move to approve the request for zoning 39.7 acres from RFPD to RPD, identified the case number REZO 12-21-17127, with 15 proffers revised by applicant, and also the last proffers that we were handling this afternoon to be included in on that.
do I have a second?
Second.
Any other questions? Madam Clerk, will you call the roll?
Yes, sir. Supervisor Cheatham.
Yes.
Supervisor Clement.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
No.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Smith.
No.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
That motion passes.
Motion passed 4-3. Next case, or next, Mr. Whitlow, why don't you do your administrative reports? I know we've got here for Mr. Gwynn, but the county attorney, he's going to have to make comment on another one that you're bringing up, so we'll do both of them at the same time with Mr. Gwynn. He's shaking his head okay too.
Go with mine.
Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Just a few reminders coming up, and I think I've heard from most everyone, the Smith Mountain Lake Regional Chamber of Commerce Annual Dinner's coming up on March the 24th. And we have, I think, one extra ticket for that. I think one of the board members will be attending and staff will be attending that. Just like to also point out, next week is Emergency Management Week here in Virginia. And just like to recognize all of the staff, both in public safety, career, volunteer, law enforcement, certainly our dispatchers and so forth. When there are emergencies in the county, often we forget there's a lot of people behind the scenes working. And I'm reminded back in April of 2019, we had an EF3 tornado in Franklin County, and that's just one example of many examples. And so we really do extend an appreciation to our emergency managers and all of our staff and volunteers, specifically during next week in Virginia. Also, would like to point out that on March the 16th, which is this coming Friday, at the Essex Center at 6 p.m. is the Basic Firefighter Academy graduation. It's the Fire Cadet class number 006, and certainly the board and staff are invited. That's at 6 p.m. this Wednesday, tomorrow evening at the Essex Center. While we're discussing fire EMS matters, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we do understand that our existing fire marshal will be leaving the county, be looking, I think, received word that he will likely be retiring, I believe, later this week, and so we will need, or this board will need, to appoint an interim fire marshal. And of course, this person needs no introduction, who's been filling in that role for many months now, Mr. Andy Pendleton. And so that does take board action. It is a code requirement in Virginia that we do have a fire marshal in place. And so, Mr. Chairman, I would just ask if it's the board's pleasure to go ahead and make that appointment on the interim basis for Andy Pendleton as interim fire marshal.
Andy, will you stand up, please, so they'll know who we're talking about?
That need to be a vote.
Yes, we got to have a motion first.
I'll do that.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we appoint Andy Pendleton as fire marshal for Franklin County.
Second that, please.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposition? Okay, Andy, make us proud.
Yay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I would just add, today, as we're recognizing people, and certainly Mr. Pendleton has been doing just a tremendous job in the last many months, and both on plan reviews and fire investigations, and we just really appreciate to have someone of Andy's caliber on our staff. But I would also add, I'm just reminded sometimes we get so busy, especially during budget season, and I'm so guilty of this. Feel like I'm chained to the computer and chained to the spreadsheet and so forth, and I don't get a chance to get out into the field as much as I would like. And I had that opportunity earlier today, and maybe some of the board members had that opportunity. Our CSA staff, our Child Services Act staff, put on a tremendous CSA vendor fair. We had vendors from all over the region today at the Essex Center. We had numerous case managers, both from Department of Social Services, Piedmont Community Services, our school system. It was a tremendous event. There were several people represented, and both Heather and Amy in the CSA office did a tremendous job, and we just really, I just want to give a shout out to them. And then also, while I was at the Essex Center, I'm reminded of what a great resource our Essex Center is. It's a tremendous facility for our seniors, as well as all age groups. And I know it's pretty popular, becoming more popular even in our office with pickleball and other events that take place at the Essex Center. And I had an opportunity to speak one-on-one with our transportation coordinator for our seniors. And it's just a reminder to me of all the good work that we've got. A lot of areas that, quite frankly, it's a wonderful facility that often maybe our citizens are not really aware of. It's open to all our citizens. That's the Essex Center out there on Technology Drive here in Rocky Mount. It's open every day. and a lot of great activity. So I won't belabor everything else, Mr. Chairman. It's a great segue to our county attorney. There is one item. I think this last week, I think I shared this with the Board of Supervisors. We were advised that the Commonwealth's attorney here in Franklin County, A.J. Dudley, was appointed last week by the General Assembly, a board confirmation or a General Assembly confirmation to represent Franklin County as General District Judge here in Franklin County. And so the board at some point, and I'll let our legal counsel advise the board more on that, this board will need to petition the circuit court in regards of our Commonwealth's attorney's special election potentially coming up. So that's a great handoff, Mr. Chairman, and I'll answer any questions or add any more that the board may have.
Mr. Quinn. Mr. Quinn.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman and Mr. Whitlow, and congratulations to Mr. Dudley. The code sets up the way that this gets addressed by the judges will appoint an interim that will occupy the office, and it's till the next general election unless it's a long period of time off. We fall within the period so that we can do it in November. However, there are some requirements. We can't really request a special election in November right now. I think we have to do it, it's something like no less than 90 and no more than 120 or something like that. So in any event, what I would ask is if the board would just authorize me to make that filing with the circuit court at the appropriate time, we won't have to, we'll put it on our calendar at the office and we won't have to worry about whether or not we've had a meeting, whether we've done it and come up with something in the last minute. Maybe we'll actually, we'll get ahead of something at this time. So I would just ask that, by resolution, voice vote or whatever, that the board approve a motion in that regard.
We need to make a motion that we authorize staff to do the necessary paperwork at the necessary time for the
moved.
special election
So
to
moved.
come up in November.
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call on this one since it's involving the
Supervisor Cundiff?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. Mr. Quinn.
This is something kind of new for me that you've put on the agenda, an opportunity to make a report, and I usually don't have one and won't have one. However, this happens to be a month where I do have something fairly recent here that's on my mind that I think maybe the board should give some thought to. Our rezoning that we just addressed, to me, kind of highlighted what I believe is a hole in our code. And by that, I mean, when you look at the residential planned unit development, under permitted uses, it says temporary events are allowed subject to the requirements of section 25-134. Then you go over to 25-134, and it says there, you're allowed temporary events, and it lists it tells you that it's subject to the conditions set forth below, and there are 6 paragraphs, 7, 8, 9 paragraphs of conditions that are met. And basically, what we've done is we have put the authority in the zoning administrator as a ministerial duty. That is, somebody comes in and they meet all of these requirements, then the zoning administrator issues the permit. That's perfectly fine. What we failed to do, I think, is perhaps flesh out enough on the conditions. And in particular, I find it interesting that we are using the term temporary. I think I assume, and I wasn't here obviously when it was passed, and I'm not sure who was even on the board when it was passed, but I think when you read that or passed it, you're probably thinking occasional as the definition of temporary, but we don't have any limit on the number of these that can occur. I think they should be, from a policy standpoint, you should consider whether or not you meant for them to be occasional, and then you probably ought to consider what number in a particular length of time you think is occasional. Because otherwise you do end up with a situation where, given the number of applications that, however fast the zoning administrator can get through them, is how many, temporary events you're going to have. There's no limit on the number that a particular person can have. There's no limit on the number that can be held on a particular parcel. So what I would submit, and that's sort of the statutory or ordinance consideration I would like you to give, and I don't know that we have to do it tonight, but maybe by the next meeting, if we could have some sort of direction from the board to staff to prepare a text amendment that would address that, get it to the Planning Commission, and let's see if we could start the process of giving our zoning administrator a little help in that regard. Because I mean, I'm not going to, well, I guess if I say this, I am going to rat her out, but we've had discussions on this, and, you know, she's had that question. And my answer has been, there is no limit. And from a ministerial standpoint, that's a problem. The other thing that I would just point out, and again, I don't do policy, I just do law, but you have in section 25-134 an exception for events that are less than 300 people. And in some ways, the conditions reflect that you're dealing with a larger group than you are with the 300. But I wonder if 300 is the right number. And by that, I mean, you know, in particular, I mean, obviously, it could be the right number with regard to traffic, or it could be the right number with regard to seating or restrooms. But noise is such an issue in this day and time. And my question that I kept coming back to was, does the band that's playing play any less loud if there's 299 people or if there's 1,299 people? My guess is probably not. And if you're one of the 299 people, you expect them to play as though they're playing to 1,299 folks. I don't have a recommendation for you as far as the amount, the number. For example, would 200 be the right number? I don't know. I mean, there are some family reunions that take place in Franklin County that are probably more than 200. Yeah. Church picnics, the like. So I guess what I'm wondering is the board interested in maybe coming up with a different way of determining what's appropriate as far as gatherings? Is the number of people more important than what's going on at the gathering? Is there a way to look at it so that we're not concerned with that, whether or not the band's playing for $2.99 or $12.99? I throw it out for your consideration. Maybe something, if you want to put it on an agenda, you know, as a topic next month to talk about at that point. I do know this. The zoning administrator, the planning and zoning department, and the county attorney would appreciate some guidance on the numbers.
Thank you, Mr. Gwynn. Would it be the consensus of this board to have staff, when they come back at our next meeting in regards to the other matter with the solar panels, that we have plenty of time in here to discuss the issues that were just brought up by our attorney, Mr. Gwynn, and we've got to have ample time to address and give staff direction in which way to go on this. Mr. Mitchell, you had a question?
Yes, sir. I'd like for us to follow up on the noise ordinance.
Yes, sir.
Because we do have one.
Yes, sir. Put the noise ordinance in there as well. Everybody okay with that? You don't need a vote on that, do you, Madam Clerk? Just a consensus? Plenty of time. Probably need a couple hours at least, I'd say, on all that. All right. Thank you. Thank you a whole lot.
No, thank you.
All right, we're getting ready to go into closed session. We'll go back in the office at the, say that, what did I do? What did I miss?
Chris already did your upcoming
Yeah,
event?
he's already
Okay,
did
got it.
his. Yeah. We'll go back into, I tell you what, we're getting close on our time here. Is supper here?
Yeah, I hear
Let's go to B75 and take our lunch, supper with us. And work through supper. Is that okay with everybody? Mr. Tatum.
All right, Mr. Chairman, the Franklin County Board of Supervisors will motion to enter into a closed meeting in accordance with 2.2-3711A1, personnel discussion of appointments to county boards, commissions, etc., A3, the discussion of the acquisition of real property or the disposition of real property. A5, discussion concerning a prospective business or industry or the expansion of an existing business or industry. And A7, consultation with legal counsel. A29, discussion of the terms of a public contract of the Code of Virginia as amended.
Need a second?
So moved.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call, please?
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Lonnie Mitchell. Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Condit.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. Yes. Back to order. Mr. Tatum, you've got something to read.
I sure do. Mr. Chairman, I certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act were heard, discussed, or considered in the closed session to which this certification applies, and only such business matters as were identified in the motion by which this closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting to which this certification applies.
I got it. Need a second?
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote on that, please?
Yes, I'm going to start again at Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yep.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Clement?
Yeah.
Supervisor Carter?
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right. Appointments, we don't have any. Everybody's got to work on those appointments. Hopefully, we can have some, Madam Clerk, by our next meeting in April. So right now, everybody's working on those appointments. Okay, we have, we're recessed for our previously advertised public hearings as follows. An application for rezone. Mr. Sandy, who's going to do it? I see Ms. Cooper coming.
I told y'all at afternoon session you'd see me this evening. Good evening. It's nice to see y'all again. And just to let you know, we're here for the rezoning of Cooper Properties, LLC. They would like to rezone approximately 11.4 acres. It's a portion of a 137-acre tract. The property is located on Grassy Hill, which is in the Blackwater District. The tax map number is 056-000-4300. Basically, they want to rezone this 11.4 acre for an additional warehouse and staging area for trucks. And we'll get into that in the next slide. Just a background, I'm sure a lot of you are familiar with Uttermost Company, the warehouse on Grassy Hill. They have gone through a couple of rezonings, 1988, 1994, and 2000. They took their A1 property and decided to rezone it to M1 over the years as their business grows. The 1994 rezoning, had approved proffers that were removed in 2017 when they rezoned. Basically, like I said in the beginning, this is a 137-acre tract. They'd like to rezone 11.4 acres of it to expand their warehouse facilities and make it easier to maneuver their tractor trailers and have a tractor trailer staging area. They will also be doing a boundary line adjustment for this 11.4 acres if the rezoning goes through. It'll make it become part of the Uttermost where the buildings are now. This is just a concept plan. This is where their facility is now. This is the 11.4 acres that they want to rezone. They'll have a proposed building additional here. Some of the staging areas will go in here, and this will be zoned M1. And they will vacate this boundary line right here. We like to show you where it is in the county on a vicinity map. We also like to show you the zoning. You'll notice that the blue is M1. And right across the street, and it's been there for a while, probably since 1988, since adopted zoning. It's an RC1. It's a residential combined subdivision. This is an aerial, so you can see the existing warehouse facility. This is the proposed rezoning. The comprehensive plan has it listed as agricultural, forestry, rural residential. Just an analysis to make this quick. This, as you know, Uttermost has been here for a long period of time in the county. They're one of our top businesses. Basically, this rezoning would be, the comprehensive plan would support this rezoning, even though it is agricultural, forestry, rural addition. A lot of the area around it is rural, but Uttermost was there prior to zoning. So the comprehensive plan would support this. There was no public comments at the Planning Commission public hearing. You will notice that on the map, they also own, this is a part of that 137-acre tract And this is the part that, this part right here will stay A1. This is the part that is up for rezoning. I would like to let you know that your Planning Commission recommended approval of this request from A1 to M1 with a 7-0 vote, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Anybody got any questions for Ms. Cooper?
And
All right, seeing no questions, none, then we'll close that and we'll go into.
I'm sure, I think the applicant is here. They might want to speak.
Okay. Come forward, please.
Good evening. Hi, my name is Andrew Lumsden. I'm with Lumsden Associates. We are representing Uttermost and handling their civil engineering and surveying for the project. Kevin Wood with Uttermost was planning on being here, but he woke up feeling under the weather this morning. So he decided that it'd be best just to stay at home. He did want me to express Uttermost appreciation for the county. As the staff report mentioned, over the past 20 to 30 years, Uttermost has continued to expand and grow, and part of that is with the help of the county. So I just wanted to mention that. I'll keep it short. Again, the staff report was to the point, and I think addressed everything that we wanted to point out. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Anybody got any questions in regards to this, Sonny? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We'll go into, back into the open session and open it up for the public hearing. Madam Clerk, you have anyone signed up?
I only have the applicant that would like to speak on this.
Is there anyone here wishes to speak on this application for Uttermost? All right, seeing no one here wishing to speak, we'll go back into the closed session. What's the pleasure of the board? Get it?
I give you a motion to approve.
Go for it. What's your motion, sir?
I don't have the exact wordage.
You must have something I don't.
You ready, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
I find that the rezoning will not be of substantial detriment to adjacent properties, that the character of the surrounding area will not be changed thereby, and that such rezone will be in harmony with the purpose and intent of the county code, the uses permitted by right in the zoning district, and with the public health, safety, and general welfare to the community. Therefore, I move to recommend approval of the applicant's request to rezone from A1 agricultural to M1 light industrial.
We have a second.
Second.
Madam Clerk, we do a roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Smith?
Yes.
Supervisor Tatum?
Yes.
Supervisor Condit?
Yes.
Supervisor Carter? Supervisor Leader Mitchell?
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell?
Yes.
Chairman Thompson?
Yes. All right, seeing that, we'll go back into our closed. Mr. Sandy, who's going to take care of this one? The public hearing for the changing of the districts, and we've also going to have to do a vote because there's a name change on one of the, in one of the, I think it's going to be in the Gills Creek district, where there's a name change of the voting precinct.
Yes, sir. So Eric Schmidt, our GIS coordinator, and Kate Chitwood, the registrar, are going to kind of tag team a little bit and go through the information. And you're correct. What we will need at the end, or what we're looking for, is approval of the ordinance that approves the new election districts, but also passing the resolution to acknowledge the name change of the voting district, or the polling place in Scruggs.
Okay.
So, but I'll turn that over to Eric to go through his presentation.
Thank you, Steve. Good afternoon, members of the board. Eric Schmidt, GIS coordinator for the record. I come to you this evening to present to you our recommendations for redistricting. Just to go back to get where we are now, we'll do a very brief overview. Our local redistricting committee was appointed back between November and December. The requirements and methodologies were established. We did finally receive the 2020 census data from the U.S. Bureau of the Census as it had been revised, and we have been processing that. The Virginia Supreme Court settled the new state and federal districts as well. And then since January to now, we have been working on adjusting our local election districts and voting precincts based on the above methodologies. We have made those available through the public, through the web, and through hard copy review. Public notification of this process has been made also via the newspaper and local Cable 12 programming. Public comment that has been received has been recorded and documented. Just to briefly review the requirements, Virginia Code 24.2-307 authorizes the governing body of counties to redraw election districts that are composed of contiguous and compact territory. The governing body of each county shall establish by ordinance as many precincts as is deemed necessary. We have maintained the same number of districts and precincts. No precinct shall have more than 5,000 registered voters. We're well under that threshold. Each precinct in the county shall have no fewer than 100 registered voters. We're well above that threshold. Such governing body shall establish precinct boundaries to be consistent with any subsequent changes to the congressional districts, state districts, and House districts, or local election districts. Now, fortunately, as you all know, we're now in one state Senate, U.S. House, and State House district. Split precincts were no longer allowed. That was new for 2020, and we have complied with all of the above requirements, I'm pleased to say. The steps we've taken, we have established that local team. We have acquired the appropriate software. We have reviewed and analyzed the data. We've drafted the local guidelines. We have made adjustments to the local, and again, I say we've made adjustments. We did not start from scratch. We did not create all new districts. We simply adjusted the existing districts and precincts as appropriate. We made those proposed adjustments available for public review, and now we're holding a public hearing. So the additional local priorities with which we worked were to account for future population growth where possible. We tried to consider the least impact to the public. We also considered the availability of polling places that are ADA compliant, that have bathrooms, parking, and staffing. The good news is we were able to maintain all of the existing polling places which work so well. And we were to control costs where possible. Just to review, Franklin County is now in the will now be in the U.S. House 9th District. So we are right over here with the rest of southwestern Virginia. Our state Senate district, we would now be in the 7th District. Again, we're right here. In the State House of Delegates, we will be in the 39th District, and that is the entirety of Franklin County with the southeastern portion of Roanoke County. Franklin County now falls within a single district for all state and federal election districts, and that is probably the most significant departure from before, but that was completely out of our hands as well. Looking at our local election districts and how they have been adjusted, we have the Blackwater election district, which includes the Bowman voting precinct, Callaway voting precinct, and Gogginsville voting precinct. Blue Ridge election district, which includes Endicott voting precinct, Ferrum voting precinct, Henry voting precinct, and now Wadesboro voting precinct. This again was probably the most significant local change in that Wadesboro is now in the Blue Ridge district instead of the Blackwater district. The Boone district consists of Bondbrook voting precinct, Boone's Mill voting precinct, Cooper's Cove voting precinct. Gills Creek consists of 2 voting precincts, Burnt Chimney and Scruggs. Rocky Mount election district consists of Rocky Mount East voting precinct, Rocky Mount South voting precinct, Rocky Mount West voting precinct. Snow Creek has been adjusted as well and consists of Dickinson voting precinct, Fork Mountain voting precinct, Snow Creek voting precinct, and the Sontag voting precinct. Finally, Union Hall consists of the Dudley voting precinct, Glade Hill voting precinct, Hodgesville voting precinct, and the Pinhook voting precinct. Now, To reiterate what we discussed in one of our previous presentations, we want to make sure that all registered voters are aware of the voting options that are now available to them. Standard in-person voting on the date of all elections at a designated polling place, that is the traditional method of voting. But vote by U.S. mail is now easier and more accessible. This option no longer requires justification. And early voting here at the Franklin County Government Center is available 45 days prior to the election date. This option was not available during the last redistricting, and it requires no justification and is open to any who want to come and vote. There is one other issue that we need to address this evening, and that is one of our polling places has changed its name. It has not changed its location or anything else. It's simply changing its name. The registrar's office has received official notification that the polling place for the Scruggs voting precinct has changed its name. That facility has. This is not a location change. Scruggs Volunteer Fire Department and Rescue Squad has renamed their training facility, which serves as the polling place. They have changed the name of that facility to the Jane Crawford Training Center. The Franklin County Board of Elections has approved that name change for use as a polling place. And the registrar's office is proceeding with any remaining steps required to recognize that polling place as a name change. So, what are our immediate next steps? Approval of the resolution accepting the renaming of the Scruggs polling place location. Approval of the ordinance accepting adjustments to the local election districts and voting precincts. County staff and county attorney's office will provide copies of local redistricting information to the Office of the Attorney General. There will then be a 60-day wait for a certificate of no objection. If no objection is raised by the OAG, then the adjustments are considered adopted in full and redistricting is complete. With that, I'm available for any questions, and Kate Chitwood is also here, as is Mr. Sandy.
Has anyone got any questions at all for Eric? Sorry, anybody? Thank you, sir. Ms. Chitwood, have you got anything to add or to say? Okay, anybody?
I'd just like to thank them for their hard work, Eric and Kay. Thank you all very much.
You're very
Some
welcome.
of this stuff looks like it's just easy and a swipe with a pen, but there's a lot of work that has gone into this, and we appreciate it.
Thank you very much. It was a good team effort.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
All right, we'll go into an open session. Madam Clerk, you have anybody signed up to speak?
I do not have anybody signed up to speak on redistricting.
Anybody here wishing to speak in regards to the redistricting and the changing of the polling place or the changing of the name? All right, seeing none, we'll go back into our closed session. I think the first thing we need to do then is vote on the changing of the name from the Scruggs voting precinct to the Jane Crawford Training Center. I'll entertain any motion that we have.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
First off, I'd like to make a comment about my motion. I am going to make a motion that we approve the name change to the Jane Crawford Training Center. And the reason I asked Ms. Smith if I could make this motion, Ms. Crawford was a high school teacher when I was in high school. And
Yeah.
when I turned 18 years old, she found out, and the registrar was at the high school registering people. And she came and looked me up in the cafeteria and dragged me out by the arm and led me down to the table to make sure that I got registered to vote. And I still remember that to this day, and Ms. Crawford has always been a special person to me, and it's a pleasure for me to make this motion that we approve this name change and this resolution to rename the Scruggs building to the Jane Crawford Training Center.
Need a second?
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. No, okay. Madam Clerk, do a roll call on that, please.
Sure. Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Clendis.
Wholeheartedly, yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Bonnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
With pleasure, yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. I mean, to remember when Jane was a school teacher. Several of you in here. Several of you in here. Okay,
I was gonna say, she used to chase us out from the women's side back over to the men's side. We sometimes drift over there.
what was you doing on the women's side?
Well, they called me over. I won't
Oh,
call
okay,
them.
okay.
They called me over one time.
Okay, just for clarification purposes, in this redistricting, it doesn't matter how much land is involved. Some districts are a whole lot larger than others. What's the significant is that everybody's got the same number of people. And each district now, as it is divided out, has approximately between 770 to around 7,700 to 7,800. So it's all right in there within 100. So that's why this is being done. And then I think the really cool thing is that Franklin County's, at this point, is in its own district with part of Roanoke County. So it's not so much split up. That's why the changes and everything. Okay, I already did that. Nobody's here to speak to that. All right, what's the pleasure of the board? Need a motion?
Make a motion we approve as presented.
I'll second.
All right, got a first and second. Madam Clerk, will you do a roll call?
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leila Mitchell. Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Smith.
Yes.
Supervisor Teeter.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I apologize for interrupting, but I'd be remiss without saying that there's a young man in my office named Travis Andrews.
Yes, sir.
Who's a young attorney that joined us in September, and he worked very closely with Eric on this, and this is his ordinance. I've read it. He wrote it beautifully, and, I just didn't, I wouldn't want anybody to think it was me. Because he did. Because he's a very smart young man and did a great job on it.
Thank him for
Our
us.
board, I think I can freely speak for our board. We send our congratulations to county staff as well as your staff.
Thank you.
Job well done. I'm not even sure that I came a couple of times and sat through. I'm not sure that each one of us are familiar with the work that was involved in this. It was tremendous. And it's like that every time the Richmond or Washington changes something on us. Okay, we'll go in the, all right, we're at a place here now, we've got a couple of things. We want to go into our budget work session, and I'll leave it up to the board. It's now 6:30. Is this something that we want to do tonight? We can come up, we're not in a huge hurry to do the, we've got to come up with the announcement for our tax rate and everything. We don't even have to do that tonight. Mr. Whitlow, let me turn it over to you. We've got to do that, but it's right at the end of March, correct?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, of course, the schedule, the budget schedule is for a public hearing for March, I believe, the 29th. And of course, to hold that public hearing, we have to get that properly advertised for the budget, but also for the tax rates. As the budget was presented last week, we're not looking at a property tax rate increase per se. There was a suggestion of a 2% adjustment option for the meals tax, but those rates would need to be advertised, and we will need to do that. We will need that motion by the board to hold the public hearing on March the 29th, as well as advertise the tax rates as presented this evening, so we can have the appropriate time by the code statute to get that properly advertised. That being said, we do have a couple of dates next week, Tuesday the 22nd, Thursday the 24th, leading up to the public hearing, I think at 2 o'clock, as possibilities if the board wishes to come back on one of those dates to have more time to discuss the budget at those times. And then we also have, following the public hearing on the 29th, we'll have additional couple of dates after the public hearing that the board could have further discussion after they hear from the public. So that gives the board some options. It's whatever the pleasure of the board wants to do this evening, if they want to get into more discussion on the budget this evening or hold our work session either next Tuesday or Thursday afternoon. But we will need, regardless, we will need this evening to move forward with the advertisement of the budget and the tax rate so we can meet the timelines.
All right, I'll leave it, I'll open it up to the board. You want to go into the budget talks right now? Or you want to set one day next week that we can do that? I will tell you this, we've changed it a couple times because members couldn't be there. If we go to one day next week, we're gonna have to go through with it.
We're all here now.
We'll have to do it. Well, I've heard we're all here now. I don't know how long it will take, but
I'm okay with doing it Tuesday.
Ronnie?
Discretion of the board.
Huh?
Discretion of the board, doesn't matter to me.
Tommy?
Either way, doesn't matter. Whichever one yours is.
I would prefer a Tuesday work session.
Mr. Mitchell?
Good. Tuesday will be fine.
Tuesday at 2 o'clock. Huh?
Work session, and are we able to, I think we have to take a vote with the tax rates?
We'll come to that in a minute.
Okay.
And also, Mr. Chairman, I know our school superintendent is here and some of the school staff as well. I just want to make sure,
Tuesday,
Dr. Cobbs, that you'll be available and staff next Tuesday afternoon at 2 o'clock? Okay.
Tuesday at 2 o'clock. All right, no, it'll have to go Tuesday at 2 if something happens that you can't come. I know we're getting away from it where we want everybody here, but we got to do it at that point. Okay, we need to go forward so it can be advertised to set the tax rate as for the budget that has been proposed. You go ahead and do it. I know what it is. It's the 2-cent increase in meals tax, and that's, we can do, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, just need to vote to advertise the proposed 23 budget, as well as advertise the tax rates as proposed with no increases, but then also advertising the optional 2% meals tax adjustment as well. And so we'll need that motion from the board so we can get that to the advertisers, to the paper.
All right, just for clarifications, the proposal is that the budget as has been presented can be balanced as it's been proposed with a increase of 2 cents, not 2%, but 2 cents.
No, it's 2%.
2% meals tax
Adjustment.
increase.
And that's a separate hearing from the property tax rates,
Yes,
with no adjustments on the property tax rates.
no adjustment on property tax. All right, I need a motion.
So move. Second.
All right, Madam Clerk, we need to do a roll call vote.
Yes, I believe we're on Supervisor Carter.
Yes. Can you read the motion, please?
The motion was to advertise the FY proposed 23 budget as presented and also advertise a 2% increase option in meals tax.
We can always come down, but we can't go up.
Supervisor Carter.
Yes.
Supervisor Leland Mitchell.
Yes.
Supervisor Ronnie Mitchell.
No.
Supervisor Smith.
No.
Supervisor Tatum.
Yes.
Supervisor Cundiff.
Yes.
Chairman Thompson.
Yes. All right, we're going to open it up here now for matters by supervisors. Who wants to go first, right?
I actually have something this month, Mr. Chairman. If you guys remember, I think it was last year sometime, I brought up the issue of our state troopers in the county. We had the captain from Salem come in to give us an update on the shortage. We were down to like 6 or 7 troopers. The county was supposed to have 12 or 13. What the captain promised, he came through on. We got up to, I think, 13 or 14 troopers in the county. We're now back down to 8. So they have moved several of our troopers out of the county. I'm very upset about this. I'd like for county, if the board will agree with me, to have the captain come back in and explain to us what is going on. Our troopers, they deserve better than this. They were, things were going really well, really happy. You could just tell they just had a new love of the job, not getting overworked, and it's going right back to what it was before. So I would like for us to send a letter to Salem office to have Captain and Sergeant from Bedford office explain to us why we're now back down to where we started. And I'll stop there to make sure you got consensus, Mr. Chairman. I said I have something else, but I'll stop.
How does the rest of the board feel about that?
I agree. We need to, I mean, why do we keep losing troopers? I think I know, but I want to hear from them.
Well, that Bobby, what's he saying?
Send a letter to the captain of state police to come and address the board like he did a couple years ago, why we keep losing troopers. I think it's a consensus of the board to send a letter.
Okay, thank you.
Have something else?
Yes, sir. The second thing I want to talk about is the pipeline. As you guys are aware, we've been getting a lot of emails. I'm very concerned. Permit after permit keeps getting lost. My biggest concern is what's going to happen. You know, why can't we get someone from the pipeline to come in and talk to us and say, yes, we're going to finish. No, we're not going to finish. I don't want our citizens that have their land disturbed with these giant pipes laying on their property. If this thing fails, what does that mean for this board? You know, a year and a half ago, I asked, you know, if we could ask for the performance bonds so we could have money so we could clean up the mess ourselves. Didn't get anywhere with that. But I am really concerned. I would like to know if we can ask someone from the pipeline to come in and talk to us so we at least know what to tell our constituents. It's still a mess out there. There's ground that is eroding. There are large sections of pipeline everywhere. There's equipment everywhere. If they just pack up and leave, what does that mean for our constituents? Very disheartening for me to, you know, they didn't come through my land, but, you know, I feel for the people that they did because it is a mess out there. I look at it everywhere I go. And I'll stop with this point and see if you have a consensus of the board, Mr. Chairman.
Mike?
I'll make a comment, Mr. Supervisor. As far as performance bonds, this body was asked to force them to do that years ago. Nothing was done about it. I can tell you what's going to happen if it fails. MVP is a shell corporation. They don't own one single shovel. They have no employees. So there is going to be no cleanup. It'll be a disaster fund type thing or that sort of thing. With that being said, I don't object if we want to send a sternly worded letter to MVP. We want someone to come here and tell us to our face where they stand. These loss of permits, several companies have written off hundreds of millions of dollars on this project. One of them in their SCC filing said that it is unlikely this project will ever be completed. As a board, I think we need to take that very seriously. We need to think about the land that we sold to Run Up Gas at Summit View, the contract we're obligated to build the infrastructure out there. Those two things are weighing pretty heavily on me at this time. And that's the only comment I have, Mr. Chairman.
I agree. I think it's time they give us an answer what's going on. And what about the rest of the board? Everybody seems to be.
Can we compel them as a locality to, we can't?
What's that?
I was asking if we could compel them.
I don't think we can do that. Our attorney's shaking his head, but I think we can ask them what's going on. They'll either answer us or they won't.
We should at least have it on the record that we are attempting to get an answer.
I think that's a consensus to do that.
And the last thing is just my comments. I know, I apologize to staff for not being here last week. I was very sick to hear the budget presentation. I just want to let everybody know where I stand on the budget. I don't intend to vote for the budget. The main reason, the 2% mills tax, I don't agree with that, which I just showed my vote for that. Our public safety people in the county, and then all of our employees in general, I'm a very employee-driven business owner myself, and I know staff has worked really hard to look at getting them the most that the county can possibly give, but as far as compensation. But my thoughts on the budget are, I want more for our people here in the county. With good people, it keeps moving our county forward. And to have good people, we need to compensate them as much as we can possibly afford to. And in regards to the sheriff's office, the letter that was given to us last week, I understand it completely. For the men and women in law enforcement to get up every day and put that uniform on for what they're having to face in today's time, if it were up to me, there's no amount of money that we can pay them. And I think for me to vote to approve this budget, we've got to do more in regard for our public safety, sheriff's office, and our firefighter medics in the county. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Smith, you got anything?
I just have one thing, if I may. I want to ask, probably now for the third time, after we finish up with budget, I really would like for us to pick up on our public safety work sessions. The reason that I am emphatic about that is because even with our budget proposal, we are still being asked to make expenditures, and large expenditures in some cases, in public safety. And we know we need to go in and we need to peel the onion back, and we need to look at logistical issues. We need to look at call volume and response times. And I thought that was our intention when we had the first one. And so I think that, as we are going to be asked to spend more money in public safety, I want to see us have a rationale and a defense for the money that we're spending. And so far, we've just been putting money to a problem. We need to really be more deliberate and thoughtful and strategic about how we're funding the things we're funding. So, Mr. Chairman, I would respectfully ask if we could pick up on these work sessions after budget is completed.
Okay. Mr. Tatum, you got anything?
Yeah, just a couple things. I met with some citizens over the last couple of weeks, and this subject has come up several times, and I'm going to bring it up again. Log Cabin Estates is a section in my district. It was a subdivision that was built back in the 80s. It was poorly designed. It was not built up to state specifications, and the road, it just keeps deteriorating to the point where it's almost impassable. I drove down there a couple of weeks ago and took some pictures, and there are people that live down there. There's approximately 65 houses down there, and there are people down there that if their house caught on fire, we couldn't get a fire truck to their house. Would have an issue with getting an ambulance down there because the roads are just horrible. I sent letters today, signed off on them, and Connie put them in the mail for us today, mailing and write a letter asking for help and suggestions from our state legislators, Senator Stanley, Senator Sudeline, Representative Byron, and Williams. I know, the county, and I've explained to the people, and they understand that the county does not build roads, and we don't maintain roads, and we don't have the sources to do roads. And they understand that this is a private property issue. But, and I guess I'm asking staff, I know I've talked to Lisa before, keep looking, please. If there are any sources out there that we can tap into to help these people, it's atrocious. I had to use four-wheel drive to get out of a neighborhood that, people have, they have to get out and take their kids to school every day, and have to get out and go to work. And like, if the house caught on fire, if it had a brush fire or something, we'd have a hard time getting a fire truck down there, and that's just terrible. And I think we're going to have some people here tonight that are going to make a comment, on this. But for those people that are here, if you do speak, I won't be able to speak on your comment at that point in time. But just know that we're not forgetting about you. We're beating our head against the wall, but we're still trying. We're looking, and like I said, I've reached out to our state legislators for help, suggestions, whatever. We've got some new faces up there. Maybe they can do something. And also, I agree with Ms. Smith on public safety. We need to spend some time, help Director Ferguson, and give him the resources that he needs to make our public safety the best it can be in Franklin County. I think in the proposed budget, a couple of those positions with the midline supervision will help. I don't think it's the cure-all, but I think it's a step in the right direction. We just need to make sure that we keep moving in the right direction. Same thing as far as the Sheriff's Department. The Sheriff sent us all a letter last week. In my department that I'm in at the college, we're losing people too. Our problem is we're all getting old and we're getting tired of working midnight, so we're taking jobs where we don't have to work at nights. The problem with the sheriff is everyone around is, all the other agencies and places are paying more than we're paying, so he's losing good qualified people left and right. And we've got to stop that bleeding. To lose the experience that he's losing costs us a whole lot more than if we just, raised that starting pay, got those wages up to where we are beating the competition. We can't just be competitive. We've got to win that battle. And so I think we need to roll up our sleeves and get on this, and because public safety, the Sheriff's Department, they all serve the citizens of Franklin County, and we owe it to the citizens of Franklin County.
Mr. Cuddy?
Yes, sir. Well, first of all, I'd like to reiterate what Mr. Tatum said. I want to include all first responders, whether you rescue squad, volunteer, paid, whatever. Sheriff's Department, we need to keep everybody safe. We need to make sure we have good equipment. And we're still looking at the 911 center, which I think is very important to everybody, because when you place a call, somebody better answer that phone. That's what I've always said, that, they talk about different things, but the biggest thing, when you need help, whether it's rescue squad, sheriff, whatever, volunteers, fire department, paid, whatever. And I think we need to keep up with them. The other thing, I would like to thank the Water Authority for coming by tonight and giving us more of a breakdown about Union Hall. It was very helpful, and I really appreciate them continuing to pushing. And I like to thank, I had a meeting the other day with the communities. I'm very thrilled that they're excited also about trying to get the Union Hall Village Plan developed. I'm very excited about that. I would like to, I think I'll start it now, but it's very important that we continue to develop our county in the right way, and I think our village plans is one of the best ways to do it. So anyway, with that said, I guess other than that, I'm so happy I could be twins.
Mike?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Nice to see everybody here tonight. It's pretty rare we have a room this full. Usually it's us and 3 people out there. So I want to welcome you all here tonight. Just a couple of quick things. Supervisor Smith, I agree with her comments. We've got to stop just throwing money at problems. We need a good strategic plan moving forward, because the way we're solving these problems is how we get into tax situations, and I do not want to raise taxes on the citizens of the county. The other comment I have, after our public hearing today concerning the coves, it brings to light a problem that's been going on since I've been on this board. We have no code enforcement officer. We grant these special use permits, these people start doing whatever, they don't follow the rules, and then there's nobody to go down there and enforce the rules. So as part of our upcoming budget process, I want us as a board to figure out how in this current budget we can pay for a code enforcement officer, even if we have to shift a position from somewhere else to make that position. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Mitchell?
I'd just like to say that it's good to see the building full. It's getting on past in the afternoon. And so it's just good to see people that will come and take part in their county organization. So just thank you, very kind.
Thank you.
Can I say one other thing?
Yes, sir.
I forgot.
Yes, sir.
I start taking notes. No, I just want to thank the county staff for the work they've done on this budget. I know it's been hard, and I appreciate them, what they've done. Matter of fact, all county staff, they are behind our scenes movement, and I just appreciate every one of them. Thank you.
All right, a couple of things that I wanted to talk about. First thing, I need a consensus from the board. We've been talking about this to give staff the go-ahead to do an RFP for a master plan facilities review. We've been talking about that, and I think we can just do it off a consensus vote, or do you really need you don't need a motion or anything? Just do it. We're gonna do it on a thumbs up. If I think we got enough to do that, so we can do that. That gives staff the go-ahead to do that. There's been a couple of things brought up, and I understand what you were talking about a while ago with Log Cabin Estates, and I understand there's some folks here tonight, and I want to address you right now because we have a policy in our board that we don't make comments to when we have public comment that we don't. What the problem that you folks have got is all over this Franklin County, and it's all over the Commonwealth. There are private subdivisions that people have moved in. They got a road maintenance, and they're not kept up. A couple of 3 years ago now, we had a house burned down in the Boone's Mill area that a fire truck couldn't get there. I also got another subdivision in the Boone District that we can't get a fire truck or ambulance in because of the weight limit on the bridge. I was fortunate enough that going around and found some property owners. They gave us permission that we could go through their property with a rescue squad or fire truck and for that. But man, this is tough. I hope that what Mr. Tatum has done with sending these letters to our legislators, maybe they can help. But man, this is a very tough problem. We just did a subdivision in the Boone District, and that was the biggest thing that I fussed about, and it was held up for, I think, at least one, maybe 2 sessions until they got that road worked out, that it wasn't going to go through until they got a state-approved road to take over. And I think for the board that's here today, that's not helping you folks none, but we can stop it from happening in the future. And it's extremely, extremely unfortunate. And I too echo the sentiments of the board on the pipeline. This thing has just drug out long enough, and it needs. I don't know that there's a solution for it anytime in the near future, but we need to work for that. And I too look forward to working in our work session for working on these problems. But it's one thing that I want to tell you. And I know we got a good crowd here tonight, and I'm going to tell the crowd that's here tonight, we've got a lot of problems that we're facing with public safety and with retaining employees, and they're going different places. And the problem that everybody has today, not only Franklin County, but we are fighting for the same group of people. And they're going to like Roanoke City that's got a $1.35 tax rate. And we got a 61 cent here. You can do the math. There's where the dilemma is. And we don't want to raise taxes, but we got to keep that in mind. We got to keep that in mind. So I thank each one of the board members for their input and for their for their comments. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to and reached a time set aside in our meeting for public comment. Public comments give citizens an opportunity to address the board in person or in writing on matters appropriate to the responsibilities of the board. Speakers must direct all comments to the board as a whole and not to individual board members or employees of the board or the county. Personal attacks and insult, profane, or vulgar language will not be tolerated. Likewise, commentary on issues that are not within the purview of the board and that are not functions of the local government and over which we have no control are not acceptable. Public comment is not a question and answer session, and board members will not answer questions during public comment. If a speaker violates these rules, the chair will rule the speaker out of order, and upon the second violation, have the speaker removed from the podium. Madam Clerk, you came to me with a couple that asked for 5 minutes because they're representing several folks. Are they under the understanding that if they speak for the 5 minutes, that the other folks that they're representing doesn't get to speak, correct?
I believe so.
Let's call those folks first, please.
Okay, Mr. Bill Groschow.
If you'll come forward, please state your name and your address for the record.
My name is Bill Gruco. I live at 295 Haley Scott Drive in Union Hall. I thank the board for this opportunity to comment. I'm speaking on behalf of our ad hoc group of Union Hall residents who are interested in working with county staff and the board to promote projects that will help us realize the vision contained in the Union Hall Village Plan. This afternoon, 2 presentations were given to the board. One by EPR on their draft of the Union Hall Village Plan, and the other by Western Virginia Water Authority, excuse me, on their plans for providing water service to Union Hall, or South Lake as they termed it. We were impressed by both the plans in the presentations and by the receptiveness of the board to them. Thank you for approving the allocation for the Union Hall water tank and well development project. As we heard in the EPR presentation, land use in the greater Union Hall area is a mix, and you're all familiar with this, of agriculture, small business, residential, both on lake and off lake. In addition, there exists large tracts of land, undeveloped woodland and shoreline. We also heard that many residents expressed a preference for retaining the current mix of land use, allowing that some would like to see additional changes, additional amenities in the village center, shopping, food service, and personal services. For example, a place to get a haircut. We are encouraged by the priority given to rational zoning in the EPR presentation, and we also agree with the priority expressed for road improvements, and we've been hearing about those from Mr. Thompson, Mr. Tatum, and we have a situation I'd like to point out in Union Hall with the latest sale of AEP land to multiple parties, where roads have been laid out, but there's no plan for coordination of road development, and could create a serious problem, such as you were mentioning, in the near future. We would also like to point out that in addition to water, there will be a need for sewage treatment if the village center in Union Hall is going to proceed and develop as planned. Since the original 2014 plan was adopted by the board for Union Hall, changes have occurred that increase the need for aggressive and informed planning and infrastructure improvements. Among these changes, AEP sold nearly 500 acres of woodland and shoreline, The broad A1 zone classification of this land, which was purchased by multiple different buyers, leaves uncertainty about the uses that will be made of it. Development of these lands will also bring new traffic to further strain an inadequate road system. And there's a probability that more AEP land in Union Hall will be sold in the future. Also among the changes, a large tract of housing was developed along Kempford Road, also zoned A1, with each unit having a direct driveway connection to the narrow road that most residents must use to go to and from their Union Hall homes. This development continues to expand and presents public safety issues for the people living there and for passing motorists. I've been on that road and I've had to slow down and in some cases evade bicyclists, children riding bicycles in the road. I don't blame the children. There's no place else for them to ride, but they have access, direct access to the county road. Further, there's increased residential building and other existing developments that add to the above concerns. And we're aware that these are challenging issues and that adequately addressing them will require effort from staff and support from the board for new initiatives. We look forward to working together with you on these. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Tiffany Herman.
Thank you, sir.
Which group is this that she represents?
The log cabin.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks,
Good evening. My name is Tiffany Herman. My address is
Could you speak into this, ma'am, to your mic?
Good evening.
There you go.
My name is Tiffany Herman. My address is 981 Log Cabin Drive. I'd like to begin with a quote from Janine Latini. Leaders need to be facilitators and help others get what they need. This is what brings myself and some of my neighbors here this evening. I know that most of you are familiar with Log Cabin Drive and are aware of the safety concerns that we have. I think actually everybody in the county knows about this road, but just in case there's someone who is unfamiliar, Log Cabin Drive is the main road in the Log Cabin Estates subdivision, which is located in the Blue Ridge District. Development started in the mid-1980s by Bobby C. Taylor. It is a private road that is approximately 2.5 miles in length and has been solely maintained by the residents of that road. There are 5 side roads and only 1 entrance and exit point to the neighborhood, which is off of Carverly Road, State Road 764. The topography of the road varies with many turns, narrow areas with drop-offs, and steep hills, the worst of which we have named Monster Hill, and it has a slope of 18 to 22%. At the most recent count, the neighborhood is home to approximately 65 residents. We have many elderly citizens, disabled individuals, veterans, disabled veterans, and children. Our working adults are vital members to our community. They're teachers, nurses, firefighters, and social workers. They work in construction, housing, and grocery stores. The continuous deterioration of this road since its inception has caused numerous safety concerns. The road is unpleasant and jarring on the best of days and downright perilous on the worst. Cars slide backwards down ice-covered hills. Cars lose control in the deep mud and go off the road. Can you imagine the feeling of dread that we face when we have to make the choice to drive on a road that is unsafe and covered in ice, with our children in the vehicle, risking not only our family's safety, but the safety of our property? We are all stretched so thin financially that even a minor incident can send a family's financial stability spiraling. If people can't get out to go to work, they risk losing their jobs. Many people here work in facilities that have point systems, and they're risking their safety just so they don't get terminated. Our children, who are already academically struggling due to the pandemic, are missing even more school because they cannot get out. School buses don't come down Log Cabin Drive. I'm not being hyperbolic. This is the reality of what we face and have faced for decades. I don't even have time to talk tonight about the concerns of the road completely washing out or a fire breaking out and having no way for emergency services to get to us. Honestly, it feels overwhelming and hopeless. We are aware that there is nothing that can be done on a county level pertaining to the maintenance or upkeep of the road. This is where we need your help. I would ask that you please have the county attorney look to the historical archived Franklin County Code of Ordinances, particularly the sections that concern subdivisions and private roads. I've tried to research the ordinances that were relevant at the time of development. The oldest ordinance so far that I've been able to find was from March 2012. And while it stated that it was adopted in 1979, I was told the section regarding subdivisions and private roads may have been added after. You have power in your voices and your offices. Along with seeking counsel from the county attorney, I implore you to write to the state and federal government on our behalf and see what assistance there is for us. We have been contacting them individually, and we're often ignored. There has got to be something out there. There just has to be. I'd like to close this evening by reading another quote. This is the first sentence of the Franklin County Board of Supervisors mission statement. Our mission is to provide services and leadership in order to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Franklin County and to promote an outstanding quality of life. I would like to ask that you respectfully please keep that in your mind. We need people to represent us and assist us in our goal of making our roads safe and accessible for all who live there. Please do whatever you possibly can to make this happen. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Clerk.
Those were the only two.
They're the only two? Okay. You got others signed up?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Serena Bonds.
Serena Moss. There you go.
Would you like to speak? No? Okay.
My name is Serena Bonds. I live at 490 10-Yard Road.
Ma'am, you're going to have to take your mask off and talk.
I'm sorry.
There you go. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Serena Bonds. I live at 940 10-Yard Road. I called because no one could tell me the agenda for today, but I wanted to speak about the militia. Is that on the agenda today?
Ma'am, you can speak about anything you want to for 3 minutes.
Okay. I want to talk about the agenda, but about the militia. They were saying that they was trying to get that here in Franklin County. It would be, I feel it would be a disaster because it would put people who will select these people, and I know you all can't answer, who will select the people to help the policemen? Who will select them? Who will be there? Because all of the people that went to this insurrection in D.C., they will be there to select these people to be the militia. I want to know, I mean, it's understandable to me that if you do that, there will be other people coming saying, okay, I'm the Black Panther, so we're coming too. We're going to come and help the policemen. I just think it'd be a tragedy if you do that. And I don't think that'd be a good idea. But I mean, I know you're going to do what you want to do. And I know that. But as a fact, I have heard many sayings that if you did that, it would be people coming from all over saying, and the policemen and all, I just want to say, I'm just going to put it out there. The most of the black people that are here in Franklin County, you have had them, they in jail. Some of them have records. First thing you're going to say when they come to say, I want to join the militia, you have a record. So I'm just concerned about who will choose these people to be the militia. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Bobby Cook.
Good afternoon. My name is Bobby Cook, 6720 Suntag Road, ex-Marine. Now, you must have proper training. That's why we don't make many mistakes. Now, I got one more question on the pipeline. This pipeline, is they gonna give the people back the property that they access to run it through? You can't answer. Okay, because I saw some kids riding a four-wheeler through some of those pipeline right-of-ways on other people's property. That didn't look good. And back to the militia, if you can't train them, it's bad enough out here with people who have weapons that have been trained. You've seen it on TV. They reach for the wrong thing and then pow. But with people who don't have no training, it's going to be extremely worse. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Eric Onsbaugh.
Chairman Thompson, board members, good to see you all. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Eric Anspaugh. I live at 429 Creighton Drive. Back in October of this previous year, I had the opportunity to visit the National Memorial for Peace and Justice in Montgomery, Alabama. It's also known as the Lynching Museum. Among the 4,400 hanging memorials of lynched persons by county and state was that of Richard Woods, Franklin County, Virginia. In this day of what we should or should not teach about our common history, I want to share with you a little bit of this story because it's an injustice that deserves recognition. On the night of January 26, 1880, a black Virginian named Richard Woods was lynched because he was found to be living with a white woman named Nancy Williams. He was the second black man in a week to be lynched for miscegenation in Virginia. This time it was in Franklin County, a rural locale in the southwestern part of the state. I'll read you a little bit of the article that was carried by the Baltimore Sun and the Cincinnati Enquirer. Richmond, Virginia, January 27th. Information reached us here tonight of an outrage committed last night in Franklin County in this state, the particulars of which are: about 10 or 11 o'clock, 7 or 8 men went to the house of Nancy Williams near Wade's store in that county. Knocking at the door demanded admittance. Though Wade's store couldn't be located, Wade's mill was along the Big Branch River, 4 miles west of Rocky Mount, the county seat. Wade was a fairly popular name in the county. I think it still is. This being refused, they attempted to break the door down. Failing at that, they went around to a window and commenced throwing stones and fence rails at the window, still not getting admittance. In the house were Richard Woods, Nancy Williams, and her 2 children. Richard Woods raised the floor and got under it to hide. The men then returned to the door, and after shooting through the door several times, finally succeeded in breaking it down. Nancy Williams then, taking the children, went to the house of Eliza Woods, wife of Richard Woods, who lived some 150 yards distant. So very soon a man and 2 boys came for her and took her back to her home. Woods then came out and gave himself up. They were both tied and told to go in the direction of Mr. Elijah Wade's, the men following with drawn pistols. Nancy gained permission to get her shoes, but Richard was refused a request for his boots. They went on the direction indicated. After a little while, they stopped, and Richard was ordered to strip. He undressed partially, but he was tied to Nancy Woods, so he couldn't unbutton his shirt. He asked. They knocked him down. They beat him. Then they shot him several times. After beating the woman, they released her to go home, but said if she did not leave the county in 3 days, they would hang her. The Sun states that she was administered a severe whipping. I share this. There's more I'd like to share, but I share this with you due to the fact, as I said initially, that we're living in a day and time when we seem to differ about what is appropriate to teach, what is inappropriate to teach. And I know that there's not much you as supervisors can do about this, but I think we need to recognize our history. We need to recognize our history. Thank you.
Mary Hancock.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
What I have to talk about this evening.
Ms. Hancock, will you speak into the mic, please, and tell us your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's too high up now.
Really, I want to address each of you this evening, because I think you all are very intelligent men and women. To be elected to the board, you have to have some kind of intelligence, because we all voted. I have lived here for quite some time. I'm old now. I came to Rocky Mount when I was in 1946. So you know I've lived here quite some time. I came from a small town in Florida. So I came to a small town here. You can imagine what Rocky Mount looked like and was like in 1946. So I've seen quite a bit of change. Some of it good, some of it not so good. But we've come a long way. And there has been a lot of good, but there has been some things that have not been so good. But as a whole, Rocky Mount has missed a lot of the really serious turmoil and degradation and really ugly and ungodly stuff. I have learned and come to really love Rocky Mount because I've been here so long. It's more like home now than where I came from. Like I said, I came from a small town in Florida called the Panhandles. I love Rocky Mount. And all of you here, you have the authority to keep things going as well as possible here in Rocky Mount. You have to decide what is good for not just some, but all of us. And that's what I'm counting on. That you will look in your hearts, in your mind, and think about all of us. I've been here a long time. And I've met a lot of good people here. I'm not talking about color. I'm talking about all people here. I've met a lot of good people. And I know a lot of good people. I have a lot of good friends of all kinds. And I'm hoping and even praying for you all to keep on making the right decision. Because one bad decision can cause a lot of turmoil, a lot of hurt, and a lot of really hateful stuff. You know, time is moving, and we have to move with the time. And you know, it's a pity and a shame that there are some that cannot understand that time has changed. And no matter how much we want to turn things back, we can't turn things back. You have to move on with the time. You have to change with the time. And you know, once you make up your mind that there's good with change, that you can learn new things, that you can understand people and other things. There's good to be done. We all love Rocky Mountain, and we want to see peace. We want to see a peaceful town. We want people to go away when they come to visit here and say, wow, this, oh, sorry. I'm sorry. But once you get me to talk. But we do want people to say when they come to visit us.
I think that's the first.
We could use a dose of her every meeting, couldn't we?
Madam Clerk, go ahead.
Yes, sir. Randy Hodges.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Randy Hodges. I live at 11,100 Booker T. Washington Highway, Wirtz, Virginia. My family and I live on a farm in the Gills Creek district. Our farm has been, the land has been in my wife's family for over 100 years. I'd like to speak about property rights tonight to shed a little light on that subject other than just around the lake area. It seems that the property rights of the native residents are not valued and are not protected in the same fashion that things have been done in the past few years. It seems that things that pertain to connected to the lake or have to do connected with that have taken priority. And as local residents and farm people, I think we need to have a new light shine on those areas for any changes that might be coming in the future. We have a beef cattle operation, and we work hard on that farm and to be good stewards of the land. We work hard to support our farm, and when presented with alternative options that would be green for the environment and would not cause additional traffic to our roads, it would be helpful in supplementing the possibility of our retirements. It was said that these things will not happen in this area, point blank, and I don't think that that's proper. I think it's actually in some words discriminating, because we should have due process as to how things happen and not just somebody saying that we are not going to do that or not going to allow it point blank. We're not interested in developing our farm. We just want to continue to farm and protect our land. But we should not be excluded from betterment opportunities. And when making recommendations and decisions, we would appreciate you thinking about the local residents, landowners, and the farmers in the A1 districts of this county. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Brian Wood.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, Supervisors. My name is Brian Wood. I live on Bailey Boulevard in Hardy. I'm chairman of the Franklin County Militia. Allegations have been made in this chamber on two separate occasions that Franklin County Militia appeared in opposition to a peaceful protest in the summer of 2020. It was stated in January of 2021 in public comments in this chamber that members of the Franklin County Militia were, quote, carrying AK-47s down the streets of Rocky Mount, end quote. In April 2021, I appeared before this board and categorically denied that members of the Franklin County Militia were carrying AK-47s down the streets of Rocky Mount. Last month, it was stated in public comments that members of the Franklin County Militia were dressed in black tactical clothing at the same protest in 2020, and by their presence at the protest, intimidated protesters. A fantastically wild scenario of militia members somehow causing harm to protesters was proffered here, as if the described event actually happened. It did not. The Franklin County Militia did not have members in black tactical clothing or any uniform of any sort at that protest or any other protest here in Franklin County or anywhere else. The Franklin County Militia is at its core the citizens of Franklin County of all colors and all creeds who want nothing more than to practice and advocate for the preservation of our God-given, constitutionally affirmed rights for all people, because all lives matter. And by the work of the founding fathers and the generations that followed, we are blessed to live in the greatest nation ever conceived. It's not a perfect union, not by far, but it is far better than all the other nations that have embraced tyranny, the tyranny of the mob under the guise of democracy and collectivist ideologies. We are a constitutional republic with a social contract that is, in the words of former President Obama, a document that limits the powers of government, not the rights of the people. The slanderous allegations and defamatory statements made here in the press about Franklin County Militia are examples of lies that some people will tell to advance their social agenda and repress the rights of those they disagree with. The fantasy scenario presented is the example of what the Franklin County Militia is working to prevent. By fulfilling our constitutional obligation to be well-regulated, our members are responsibly exercising their rights. We seek only to work with our local government in order to fulfill our constitutional obligation under Article 1, Section 13, and subsequent state statutes governing the activities of the unorganized militia. We seek to work with our county government in order to ensure that a situation such as the one imagined in public comment does not occur. We do not want agitators coming into the county, causing trouble by burning, looting, and mayhem or threats of intimidation. We do not stand for that. It's scandalous that this body of elected representatives refuses to affirm and uphold the rights of the citizens of Franklin County. Volunteer service in the unorganized militia is a Second Amendment right. It's a constitutional obligation for all eligible citizens to be well-regulated, that is, to be well-trained. We will continue to endeavor to be so, with or without the cooperation of our elected public servants. Thank you.
Skylar Zunk.
Good evening, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Skylar Zunk, and I come to you from the Land and Liberty Coalition, a project of conservatives for clean energy. I first got my start in the Trump administration, getting a good view at the national level of the importance of good, solid energy policy. I thank the Lord for the opportunity to go around my Commonwealth and talk with county leaders about the importance of good, solid energy policy at the local level and how we can slowly, deliberately move to clean energy in a market-based way. I've been engaged with your Planning Commission over the past couple of months, meeting with them, sharing letters, and viewing the ordinance process up close as the Planning Commission and you all have moved towards creating an ordinance. From the beginning, the ordinance has improved significantly. We really like the direction that it's gone, and we commend your work, staff's work, the Planning Commission's work on helping make it better for your citizens. I'm coming to you tonight with a couple of minor changes that I think will make a big difference. We've engaged with dozens of residents across the county about why they want to see solar responsibly developed within the county. I've even assembled a petition with 17 different households of your own constituents who've said things like Gary Furrow did. We need clean energy projects in the county. We also need to respect landowner rights. Or Brittany, who wrote, owners should be able to do what they want with their land. Solar projects will help community development. Listening to your discussion earlier today, discussing the ordinance, and was very pleased by what I heard. You guys are thinking hard about these issues. I think your ordinance is strong, solid. Mr. Carter, to your point, property rights are key. They're very important to being an American, and we should make sure an ordinance protects that. We must not scare away solar developers with something in the ordinance that would prohibit solar development unnecessarily and unknowingly. Ms. Smith, I understand your concerns about the designated growth areas. I think those are smart, especially the environmental and decommissioning concerns that you all discussed. My 2 points that I would suggest to you would be to create 150-foot setbacks along the entire perimeter of the project. That's a statewide standard, an industry standard, something we found great success with in other areas. 150 feet's a lot of room. 300 foot from a roadway, it takes acres, dozens of acres out of a property that a landowner might not be able to use. 150 feet can do a lot, especially if you require buffering native vegetation growing to shield projects from view. I'd also emphasize the 1,500 acre cap across the county is a little bit arbitrary and I think a little bit premature. We wouldn't want to scare folks away and be unfair to one neighbor who's able to do it, a project in that 1,500 acre cap, and one who's not. My final point is a special use process. Special use permit gives you guys the ultimate thumbs up or thumbs down vote on a project. There's going to be some that are brought to you that are solid. There are some that will be brought to you that aren't solid. That is your time to get project specific, look at what a developer do, how much money they're bringing to the county, and consider a project on its merits. Thank you. I hope the work session coming up is useful, and appreciate your time. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Glenna Moore.
You're moving a little bit better tonight.
I am much better, thank you. Good evening. My name is Glenna Hawkins Moore. I live on Scenic River Drive in Rocky Mount. Tonight will be my 20th 3-minute appeal to move Franklin County's 21st century Confederate monument. I've shared historical facts to inform you, and more importantly, my grandchildren, about the sacrifices and contributions African Americans made to make America great. The Confederate monument does not denounce the inhumane conditions of slavery. Rather, it celebrates the battles to keep humans as property, humans who practically built the South and the economy. It's a military monument that does not even acknowledge the 200,000 Black United States colored troops who fought to save the Union and their freedom. At least 60 of them born in Franklin County. You have the power to do the right thing at any time the board can act to move it. To move the statue is not to erase Confederate history. To the contrary, I want my descendants to see the statue, but in a more contextual space, perhaps a museum situated near early Virginia lost cause history books, Confederate flags, and Ku Klux Klan costumes. Present day, I want my grandchildren to understand why many white grandparents my age don't want to talk about Black history or move the statue. I want my grandchildren to be cautious of phrases like states' rights, take our country back, make America great again, love it or leave it. I want them to observe the present movement to misrepresent the academic research tool of critical race theory. I want them to be cautious of people who want to ban books in their attempts to hush the truth about slavery and racial segregation. I want them to recognize it for what it is, whitewashing history. Ours is a nation strong enough to withstand the mistakes we've made, as well as the wrongs we've never fully corrected. In addition to a proud, honorable history, we also have a history of mistreatment and cruelty towards Native Americans, African Americans, poor whites, women, Hispanics, Asians, Catholics, Jews, Muslims, LGBTQ+, and immigrants, both white and of color. But acknowledging historical truths can move us forward. Consider returning the statue to the United Daughters of the Confederacy. Let it be their headache. And no, I will not love it or leave it. I will continue to love Franklin County, Virginia, and America enough to help to improve it. Thank you, guys.
Jesse Dolan. Jesse Dolan. Okay. It looks like Leola Casey.
Good evening. I'm against the militia.
Ma'am, will you state your name, please?
My name is Leola Casey. And I'm against the militia because I feel like it's not going to be a help to us. It's only going to bring hate from both sides. And we have a police department, we have military authority that can take care of those things. And most people don't know that the militia can't do anything unless called on by local authority. And who's going to decide who they're going to help, one side or the other? So if we don't elect them, we don't have to worry about them. And I feel that it's going to bring problems like Trayvon Martin getting killed, where the person was told not to follow him. And he went on until he ended up killing the young man. So we don't need any of that going on anymore in America or anywhere else. So that's, I feel like, I don't know how we get the militia in a position where they can do whatever they do. I guess we vote for them in an election, I don't know. But most of us don't know what a militia stands for and what they believe in, and we need to find out. And when we find out, vote against it if we're not for it. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, ma'am.
Penny Blue.
Good evening. I'm Penny Edwards Blue of Union Hall, and I'm here tonight to talk on the topic of solar ordinance. I'm very much aware that one of your primary goals and top goals is to be a friendly community with regard to business friendly, to bring more business to the county, and to ensure that we develop the county properly. And as one gentleman spoke earlier about being a landowner, I do believe that landowners should have input to how their land is used. And as a longtime Franklin County and such, where I own property that's been in my family for over 100 years, I believe that I should have input and say so to that. So I'm actually in agreement with Mr. Zunk that I would like for you all to take another look at your ordinance with regard to solar industry and look at being in line with the state in the industry with regard to the 150-foot setback and to increase the 1,500 acreage cap for the county. Thank you.
Thank you.
And that's all I have. There is one name I couldn't read. So if somebody has signed up that I haven't called.
Is there anyone else here that would wish to speak before the Board of Supervisors? There was a name that signed up, but they couldn't read the name. Who is it? I see. Come forward, please. State your name and address.
My name is Sammy Robinson. I live at Burnt Chimney Road on 4330 Burnt Chimney. I own a 300-acre farm. I want solar panels put on it. I have 2 sons and a daughter, 4 grandbabies, and I feel like this is the only way I'm going to be able to keep it. And a lot of benefits come from solar panels. First off, you have a lot of tractors running across your farms, cattle, fertilizer trucks, which pack the land down. If you take all this away from your land, if you take all this away from your land, it will absorb water 8 foot deep. And they've studied this at Virginia Tech. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, sir.
A little nervous, but I'm okay.
Is there anyone else wish to speak before the board? Thank you, Sammy. All right. We have a couple letters here that we will address in our work session, and we will recess till Tuesday, March the 22nd at 2 p.m. Thank you all for being here.